was kind of impossible. I joined two patient organizations in the United States. One of these patient organizations was the Abigail Alliance, which was closely connected to the Right to Try Act, which most of you presumably now know. At that time, was a whole discussion about, is it allowed, and can you ask patients, can you ask physicians for data, real world data, when patients are in urgent need, and give them access to medicine. Nowadays, it's a whole different discussion, and Eugene is going to tell us.
All right, so it's hard to get rid of me. I'm back. All right. So for folks who are just joining in, email me for the first 5 minutes, but I'm sure I'm going to repeat what I stated before in another manner. So what we will start with to pick right back up is to understand the regulatory framework. And this is something that you're going to hear for the next couple of days and in different particular manners. Just understand when EAP is actually going to be approved to be continued or to be explored from a regulatory perspective. And that's what we talked about before, understanding the mechanisms. So it's when there's a dire need, it's a detrimental impact that is going to have on the patient when this access is not provided or they cannot be part of clinical trials, for instance. But there are different types, especially in the US marketplace. Again, take pictures if you want to, no problem about that. And of course, go to all the references that are provided on each slide. You will have access to these slides as well, because I do try to provide references for each of the topics that I talk about. So this particular slide, it talks about the different sort of mechanisms through which FDA does allow for early access program or access to an investigational intervention that is out there. Again, there's 8 different types of submission. Again, a lot of information. That's why in order to see for your particular patient or your particular group that you're responsible for, where do they fit in within this? So this particular slide is to highlight and showcase the variety that is out there, and the responsibility falls as you, as the manager of the program or the conductor of your EAP programs, to actually see where you actually fit in within that. So do look for that particular guidance and make sure that your patient is fitting in the right framework. Again, these are the general criteria. And again, we have talked about it that, there is no other option that is available. It's a life-threatening disease or chronic condition. And then also the first one is really important. That's what I was trying to get to. The expectations are correct. That there is actually a legitimate expectation that there is going to be a health benefit that is going to be achieved from it. And that's where the evidence piece comes into play. Some of the things that I'm going to be talking about in a few minutes comes into play, that there is a benefit from this investigational drug. So some sort of evidence base has been generated already. So that particular piece is where your real world data collection has to come into play too, because there has been basic science research and regulatory frameworks that were in play, and even some clinical trial data, depending on your situation, which is available. So a continuum of that for collection of real world data becomes sort of your guidance in order to how to go about it and how to incorporate into the existing databases or the existing investigations that are going on. This is just a quick review, just the terminologies, different terminologies that are used, including compassionate usage. Again, due to timing, I'm just going to go through it. I'll provide all this information so you can have access to it a bit later. Okay, so we did touch upon this. This is a bit dated reference, but what I tried to paint in this picture was just the importance of the different regulatory environment requirements that are out there. So you have different sort of criteria that is in place for US, EU, and then depending on if you're following a CUP versus a NPP pathway, who's responsible for it? Is there reimbursement involved? Where does the liability from a legal perspective falls into? And what sort of definitions they have in place and what sort of resources that have in place. So again, this goes back to the fact that yes, even though my particular talk is focusing on FDA from a US perspective, there are overlaps that are in place across the board. And from that particular perspective, as you move through, make sure that you do take advantage of wherever there are overlaps within these regulatory environments. And then when there are specifics that you need to follow for that particular one, have a subgroup or a team devoted to it for different regions. That's the best advice that I can provide you, because they will be the closest one to a particular regulatory environment. Okay, so this is where we get into a little bit of more technical information. This particular graph is one of my favorites. It showcases different type of studies that are out there which are used during health technology assessments. And obviously, as you go up the pyramid and you have randomized controlled trials, for instance, you're going to have high quality studies and you're going to be able to answer majority of the questions with has a little of limitation of biases that are there. Obviously, one thing that you don't see on here is real world data, right? Because it hasn't made it into this pyramid and what the importance and expectance of it is across the board from an epidemiological perspective, from an evidence review perspective. So that's missing. So what I wanted to highlight here was that you don't see real world data, even though we're talking about that. So how is it that we can incorporate that into one of these designs or actually bring it in to assist with it? And that's what we're going to talk about. Again, a very busy slide. I try to provide information as much as possible, but again, go to the reference. Real world evidence, I'm going to be upfront about it. When it comes to the actual usage of it in order to establish safety and effectiveness, it is not the paramount resource that is out there. However, in early access programs, one thing that is preached is collect real world data, collect real world evidence in order to supplement what is provided already out there. So your expectation from real world data of establishing safety and effectiveness exclusively based on it should not be there right now, because that is not what is accepted in the regulatory community, as well as community that is actually using to make reimbursements. So if you look at the first particular bullet, right now FDA uses it for phase 4 trials, right? To look at post-market studies. Once something has gone through a phase 1, phase 2, phase 3 trial, safety and effectiveness has been established. You do have randomized controlled trials. Right now, real world evidence in the FDA space, specifically in the US space, is being used in order to answer some of the safety questions, some of the questions that to fill in the gaps, basically, right? Not to be the primary resource in order to establish safety and effectiveness. So knowing that in 2022, this may change down the line, but knowing that in 2022 becomes important, because what the real world evidence is doing right now is serving that sort of supplementary and at times complementary role to the rigorous studies that are being done out there already on the intervention that you are working on. Again, a lot to get through, but just to share what kind of criteria is being used in order to establish safety and effectiveness, right? So I'll just focus in on real quick on, you can ignore the first one because for EAP, obviously there is no regulatory approval that is involved. But when it comes to the remaining, especially 2, 3, and 4, the criteria that are out there, they're there to establish safety and effectiveness and also to show if there's clinical equivalence to establish alternatives that is out there. Right now, due to the design that is there for real world evidence and real world data, due to the design and the limitations that are there, it will not meet the criteria that is on this particular slide, right? But that does not mean that real world data should not be collected or evidence should not be used. It has to be used in a proper manner for which the regulatory guidance is provided. A number of frameworks that are out there. Again, I'm not going to go through all of them in detail. I wanted to provide this background for you so you can study it on your own. There's a model called PCOTS, right? P stands for population, I for intervention, C for comparator, O for outcomes, T for timing, and S for settings. I will touch on that a little bit because that's what the FDA actually uses. So when you're collecting your real world data, the first thing that you will focus in on is your patient population, how you define it, what the characteristics are there for it. So that is the first step in when you're actually trying to design the sort of protocols that should be in place for how real world data is going to be used and actually used for assessment later on. Keeping in mind that the overall goal is to actually fit into one of these frameworks becomes important. So obviously having as much detail about your patient population and their unmet clinical need is going to be important for you to start generating your real world evidence and real world data generation. Information about your intervention, what the actual mechanisms is at the molecular level, and then building it up to actually the physiological level and then moving into the functional, any sort of functional improvement that is out there. So laying the groundwork and explaining your intervention becomes a paramount piece of it, because remember, a lot of folks that are going to be part of the conversation or are going to be the stakeholders are going to come into picture later. They're not as familiar with your intervention that is out there. So it becomes your responsibility to actually explain it from a scientific and then also epidemiological perspectives. Any sort of comparators that are out there. So remember when in one of my initial slides, FDA states that there should not be an established clinical alternative that is available. However, when you're collecting your data, whatever format you're collecting it in, eventually the goal is going to be to show clinical equivalence to the current methodology or current therapeutic option or options that are out there, right? So from that particular perspective, knowing your comparators during data collection phases and evidence generation phases becomes something that will come a little bit later on in the picture, but being on top of what those comparators are and how to go about generating data for them and even performing some comparisons when you are speaking with the primary investigators or the providers that is out there is something that should be part of your toolkit. This is most likely the essential slide that you need to understand. The objective health outcomes during your real world data and real world evidence generation are going to be key for you to not only get any sort of reimbursement or funding or make a strong case for your intervention at the present time, but also in the particular future. Because what folks are depending on, if you have an oncological indication, or let's say you have a rare indication, those particular interventions and combination with the actual unmet clinical need is going to define the objective health outcomes that are going to be desired. At the end of the day, what you're trying to showcase is that there's going to be a clinical benefit that is going to be achieved from your particular drug, biological, or any other sort of intervention that you're trying to get EAP methodology being employed for. So if you're collecting and if you bring to the table that at the same time you're going to be collecting data, folks like me and other folks who are interested in the monetary aspect of it and eventually reimbursement it are going to be interested in the pivotal role that whatever you're collecting is showcasing us as far as the improvement in net health outcomes is concerned. So is it that the risk and benefit ratio is actually pointing towards benefits, where let's say in an oncological indication, if the goal is overall survival, for whatever the aggregate of patients you were able to get EAP for or fit them into your EAP program and you have particular data, what are those outcomes are showing? Is there statistical and clinical significance for the overall survival from whatever data that you have collected? So study this. There are a lot of technical and statistical measures that you have to take into account, but unfortunately we don't have time for it. But again, all of these I'm providing with references. So have your scientific and technical clinical teams actually look at those references and how to go about it. No pun intended, but for the sake of time, I'm going to skip the timing piece of it, because when it comes to real world data, you're probably not going, unless you're part of a registry, you're not going to have longitudinal studies or data observations that are in place. If you're in the safety world, yes, you will be. But again, T stands for timing, and then S is for the setting phase of it. Are you outpatient versus inpatient? Don't look at setting from a geographical perspective. This setting is specifically from a clinical setting perspective. Okay, so you have this, you can study it. At the end of the day, what you're trying to do is you're trying to collect data in a particular manner where whatever clinical questions you're trying to ask, there should be as little of bias as is possible, right? In order for you to state that whatever you're observing is not due to chance, right? It is actually the intervention that is providing the outcomes that you're studying and you're collecting data for. Unfortunately, real world data, just because of the inherent design and the evidence generation from it, has several limitations and biases where it may not meet high strength of evidence qualifications that regulatory folks or even NICE or even health technology assessments are looking for. So you have to find that gap and that piece where real world evidence can actually come in and fit the role that it's supposed to do. One example that you may want to follow, and if this is new for some of you, I will encourage that you go ahead and use the reference that I do provide. And there's several others that are out there, is N of 1 trials. So let's say that if you're dealing with just one singular case, right? Obviously, we're stepping out of the clinical trial world. But if you do get guidance from N of 1 trials where there's only one sample involved, one case involved, but they're doing it in a clinical trial format, obviously you can't follow that for the EAP that you're responsible for. But if looking at those parameters that they're actually studying and the framework of N of 1 trials can be useful tool in order for you to see what sort of data you should be collecting and what sort of evidence you should be generating. Again, you can't make your case into N of 1 trial because then you're stepping into the clinical trial world. However, you can use guidance for something that is a major resources, can serve as a major resource for the case that you're actually aggregating data for. So not to lose hope about real world evidence and data and how it can be collected. So this is still a fairly recent FDA reference within the past 3 years. What the FDA is doing is, and obviously we will be following their guidance for, is they're trying to recognize, and there are several legal, regulatory acts and mandates that have been passed in the US, is what they're trying to see is that if we go with a hybrid model where we do use traditional and well-established clinical trial designs, the pyramid that I showed you, right? Randomized control studies, blinded studies that are out there, you're going to have some fallouts from there or some gaps that cannot be studied within those typical traditional frameworks and study designs. How can we bring in real world data and real world evidence in order to actually supplement and at times complement the data that you're actually collecting from there, right? So these are some of the questions that FDA looks at, and so do we. What type of intervention and therapy areas might be well suited to routine clinical care settings, right? So what does that actually mean? I'll focus in on that. If you're part of routine clinical care setting already, that means you're not in the research setting world, right? So you cannot do randomized control trials. So that's where real world data and real world evidence would make sense when there's something that is already happening in routine clinical care and you're trying to generate data and collect data from that particular perspective. Your case for using excuse me, real world data at that time becomes even stronger. Outside of the non-randomized world, real world data can be used in non-randomized studies as historical controls. When it comes to observational retrospective studies, they can be used as comparators. I would like to end with a couple of ethical considerations that should be part of real world data and real world evidence generation. The word transparency is extremely important, right? As you're designing and coming up with protocols that are out there, FDA's guidance does state that transparency has to be paramount. If you cannot be part of clinicaltrials.gov, FDA gets into, this is a lot of information again, but FDA is looking at guidance where they can actually use some of the previous experiences in order to, if you're collecting your data from a retrospective or observational design perspective, how to go about actually being upfront and transparent about the data that is being collected. So given the time, I will stop there. And if there's any questions, I will answer it at this time.
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation, very clear. Also with the references. As a regulatory affairs, I appreciate it. I'm Annabella Matulli. I have a question about the right to try rule in the US. Can we catch data also from this patient that would like to use this path?
So the question is, if there's a trial going on in the US, would the data from that be accessible and useful in other settings? The answer is yes, right? So when it comes to the geographical limitations, as long as the data is being collected within a recognized framework, is eventually going to be part of a peer-reviewed process. There is provider involvement, and then the clinical need the unmet clinical need to be specific has been defined. Yes, it can be used across the board. And because at the end of the day, remember the P that I was talking about, the patient population is not defined from a geographical perspective. It is global in nature, and especially when it comes to let's say rare or ultra rare situations or even orphan drugs, the more data you can collect, the better it is. So yes, the answer is yes, it is not going to be limited by geographical, locations.
Any further questions?
Hello. So real-world data are often collected as part of expanded access programs, and physicians are generally quite motivated because they're joining expanded access programs because they want to treat their patients with the investigational drug, of course. You were also referring to the collection of real-world data in a clinical setting. I was curious, it always takes extra effort for the physician to indeed collect real-world data. So how realistic is it to expect that in the normal clinical setting, indeed, real-world data can be collected on a scale that is big enough to be meaningful?
That is actually a terrific question. And I love it when I can actually go back to my slide because it shows that I thought about it. So for this particular one, if you take a look at it at the bottom, the current ways of collecting real-world data, electronic health records, claims and billing activities, products and disease registries, right? So when it comes to your particular point about the providers and them being busy and what are the mechanisms that are in place, in the US, there's electronic health records, EHRs, that are available. So those are being utilized, or what they're submitting as far as claims is concerned, the diagnosis code, the procedure codes that are being built, and following a patient throughout their history. There's already systematic availabilities that can be leveraged. So to answer your question, as far as them collecting the data, if they can be tuned into or connected with, let's say, electronic health record in the US space or whatever similar methodologies are available in Europe and other locations, that would give them the incentive and, to be honest, the motivation, where they would just, if they're collecting the data about their patient to begin with, they have to record it. If it's just an extra click or an extra portal that they just need to transfer it over to, they'd be more than willing to do it if you're able to define it for them. So the actual advent of real world data is actually stemming from the data that was being collected, the big data that was out there because of claims, because of everything transferring into electronically and turning into virtual. So if you're able to explain it to the provider community that this is the only extra step that they would take, given that the technical availability is there for them to actually do it, that would be my best suggestion at this time, because that saves them time as well. They don't have to create anything. They don't have to do extra work, whereas it's whatever they're currently collecting, they'll be just transferring it over.
But isn't the challenge how to collect it globally? Because I think in the US, you're in the better spot, right?
Yes.
You have claims data, but I think how to collect it globally, especially in a rare disease area where you don't have thousands of patients, you don't have expanded access programs of hundreds of patients. So how do you collect it in a way that you can harmonize it around the globe?
Sure, absolutely. So from that particular perspective, and I hate to be obvious about it, that's where the collaboration and partnerships come into play, right? That's why you have events such as this one where there's actually communication about it. The fortunate thing about the rare disease and the ultra rare disease or any other situation, I just don't want to keep going back to that particular example, is when there are difficulties in place, it has to be the right folks who are coming to the table and actually developing those particular mechanisms. So you're absolutely right. In US, you can have electronic health records, but let's say in a remote area in East Asia, it may not be available, and that's what you have, right? So that becomes the responsibility, to be honest, of each stakeholder, but specifically any primary investigator, and I'm going to go out on a limb here, that is actually part of clinical trials, but there's certain questions that could not be answered within those clinical trials, or they're interested in overall safety data, right? Effectiveness piece is going to come from the clinical trials, but we can leverage real world data in order to come up with the safety parameters or safety protocols that are in place. They have the funding, they have the resources. It becomes their responsibility and the overall organization that is involved, their responsibility, in addition to the manufacturer, to reach out to that remote area and provide them access, per their needs at that time. It may not be electronic health records, but it is a communication openness that has to be in place in order to collect it. So it depends on the situation, but it takes a collaborative effort for partnerships. It's not easy, obviously.
Final question.
Thanks. So actually, we're collecting data from 16 countries and we have an EDC for the HCPs to add in the minimal but useful data. And what we're finding is that actually a lot of them don't want to do that. They of course want to give the drug to the patient who needs it, but even though we've tried to target it at about 10 to 15 minutes per visit to record the data, they're just not wanting to do that. So I'm wondering about any kind of tactics or any kind of how we could improve that situation. I know primarily it's to give the drug to the patient, right? We would like to be able to collect some data alongside, but as I said, out of the physicians that we currently have, we have very, very minimal data collection.
Sure. So the best answer I can provide you with is that if you're able to, because you're looking at multiple things, and there it appears that you said something about 16, right? There's 16. Could you repeat that, please? 16 countries. So you do have a lot of momentum behind it, right? The problem is that there is a lack of interest from the providers. Have you explored the registry phase of it, or are you establishing actually registries that they can be part of? Because if it can truly be a resource issue, right? So if you're able to establish, because you do have so many participants that are available across 16 countries, if you do make it into a registry, sort of what we're talking about right here, like it's not going to be retrospective, it's going to be more so observational studies or registry data. What that will do is you will become official and you will have more resources potentially available, where some of the administrative and the logistical work, which they may be shying away from, is not there, and they can just focus in on after giving, because they do have to observe the patient, right? And they do have to do the recordings after the drug is being given to the patient, and you're part of that too. So if you are able to design certain registries that can span across of those 16 countries, given the regulatory environment, that will take care of a lot of the administrative and the logistical portions of it, where the clinicians just have to worry about what they actually are going to be recording anyway, which is any clinical improvement, any adverse events. So ask the right question in those particular registries, if you can possibly do it, and at that time make them partners within that registry. And I think majority of the providers will be more than willing to be part of a registry versus somebody just asking them to record something and provide it for them. When they're part of an overall process, it becomes easier for them as well. Okay. Right.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, folks.
Eugene, thank you.
Thank you.
Applause. Okay, thank you very much. We're going to now grab a cup of coffee. We have till about 11:25 sharp, we start again. So everyone having the Wi-Fi code over here or not? No, if not, just in case, it is the Hilton Honors, the internet, and then the Wi-Fi code is KenGold. Yeah, KenGold. Okay, some of you are here with colleagues. Be aware that you are learning from your colleagues next week again. There's also another kind of people that's from other companies. Try to reach out to other people as much as possible, because they can help you learn. It is nice to connect. Maybe you can collaborate in the future. We still have COVID, so please be aware. Some feel comfortable wearing a mouth cap. That's fine. Some are comfortable not do that. That's also okay. Some are comfortable shaking hands. Some prefer to just do a box or say hi. Yeah, let's keep each other safe. Okay, see you again at 11:25 sharp. Thank you. Okay. Couple of minutes early. That's cute, isn't it? Welcome back. Really, I'm super happy to hear all of these discussions. And it was just specifically or mainly focused on what is early access and real world data, real world evidence within the US and within US regulations. And we're now going to broaden it a little bit. Before that, I'm a little bit curious on who's in the room. So who is from the UK? And the other ones are from abroad. Where do you come from? Spain, isn't it? Where do you come from? Sweden? Okay, who else? Where do you from? France? People are France. Okay, and who are you representing? Who is representing a pharma company? Pharma companies. Wow, that's a lot. Okay, and who is representing a CRO or a consulting kind of company that helps pharma companies to organize early access programs? Okay, that's only a small number, which is good, as a matter of fact. Although it is a lot of knowledge that is over. Let's be clear. I don't know whether you all were here when I introduced early this morning myself, but I'm not a knowledgeable person. I'm from a complete different industry. I was a business economist and I had a couple of companies. I was a serial entrepreneur. And then something happened with a friend of mine, which made me decide to step about 10 years ago into the pharma world. And my perspective is always very strongly related to the patient's perspective and the treating physician. And I'm really happy to see all of you here talking with each other, learning about early access programs. As far as I'm concerned, all of you are heroes. It is really about, hey, in the COVID situation, we were talking about the people that were taking care of us in the hospitals, etc. They were heroes. You need to be aware that all of you people working on early access programs, you're so important for patients, for families of patients and friends of patients. Really, you can pride yourself on that. And I think that is not said often enough. And I think most of us, I'm, as a matter of fact, also working in this field now for about 10 years. And even I don't always tell my own friends and my own family about the terrific work and the rewarding work that we all are doing. We should be aware of that. We are super important in patients' and physicians' lives. Okay, we're now going to move forward on the real-world data collection, which was a number of years ago, it was really a difficult topic to talk about. Nowadays, we can talk about it very transparently, and we can try to strategize on it very well. And Graham is now gonna tell us about what is now key considerations that you should keep in mind if you wanna try and harvest real-world data as evidence, which you could use in all kinds of ways, which Graham is gonna tell us about. Graham, thank you very much for joining us.
You're most welcome. And it was nice to compare tube notes with a few of you over the break time. So glad to know I'm not alone with the few little challenges just there. Actually, I'm going to set the scene a little bit. I've obviously introduced myself already. For those that you arrived a little late, I'm Graham Sidorovich. I lead our commercial activities at Bionacle EMAS, and I've got a background of about 20 years in pharma, the last 10 of which have been in early access or expanded access in some way, shape or form, with a real focus over that period of time in data collection. I'm going to set the scene a little bit about key considerations for data collection through early access programs in Europe. Of course, you heard from Eugene before the break with a very US-centric viewpoint on it. So we're going to try and focus our discussion points about Europe, which you learn is very, very sort of different scene in many ways. But let Rakesh, who's the brains behind the operation, introduce himself. He's going to share a few of the insights and experiences from some of our ongoing programs in a short while. But Rakesh, perhaps you can just introduce yourself briefly.
Thank you, Graham. I think the brains behind the operation is probably a little bit heavy. I think it's definitely a team effort when it comes to this. I've just come from the meeting next door, talking about real-world evidence, real-world data. I did share probably a bit too much detail about, yes, absolutely agree, you know, that the journey here was interesting with the tube strike, but one thing about virtual working, I'm definitely not, well, and missing, I would say, is the triple S of the shirt, the shorts and the slippers, right? But, you know, it is great to be here in person, to be able to discuss this opportunity with you. As Graham mentioned, I'm Rakesh Stabd. I head up the real world data team at Binacle EMAS. My background is very similar to Graham's. You know, I spent nearly 20 years working across commercial, medical affairs and market access roles within pharma. Now I work with our clients from small biotechs with single entities all the way to large pharma to develop their real world data strategy through early access, expanded access programs. And really utilizing this unique opportunity it provides to gather early insights on treatments and use that with utility towards reimbursement and regulatory processes. So, you know, really looking forward to presenting today, but also hopefully continuing the discussion when we have the breaks later on. So, Graham.
Yeah, so I'm going to set the scene a little bit and talk about what is a rapidly evolving landscape, not just in EAP, but real-world data collection. You heard in some of the discussions this morning and even just now in introductory comments that, you know, 10 years ago, if you started to whisper the word data collections through EAP, you know, you quickly found yourself in the minority, actually, and you know, sometimes under hot water. But now it's commonplace, and I'll provide a little bit of insights and a few references along the way to do that. Everybody in this room is familiar with terminology, and things are very different from country to country. This is just our disclaimer. I'm going to be referring to early access programs, which will be the collective umbrella term, if you like, for be it expanded access in the US, special access scheme in Canada, pre-approval access, compassionate use, et cetera, et cetera. I'll just use the term early access interchangeably, but just so you guys know, that's the umbrella term I'll be using for essentially any program which enables access to investigational treatments when there's no suitable alternative. Well, if you think about EAP collectively, regulations are becoming more and more structured. We talked just this morning about the French EAP mechanism, which has displaced the old ATU system. And, you know, countries and regulatory authorities are more and more encouraging not only to provide early access, but to even provide some guidance on how you might collect data through that. To the point now that most pharma and biotech companies would really consider early access programs as a fundamental part of a clinical development pathway. Most organizations are now planning integrated early access programs within their broader clinical portfolio, and, you know, really ensuring that they're planning in advance to achieve that. We talked again earlier about patient advocacy groups and the voice that they have, particularly in rare disease, but also the oncology, hematology space. You know, the patient's everything, and that's what we're in this business for. And, you know, the voices are getting stronger and, you know, more powerful actually with the digital era. You'll hear in a short while about how patients want their data to be utilized for the benefit of future patients as well as themselves. More broadly, real-world evidence generation is being accepted as, you know, gold standard more and more. It wasn't an awful long time ago that it was RCTs, RCTs, RCTs. If you step outside of the early access space, you know, most health technology appraisal or commissioning groups are really, really open-minded and now encouraging supplementary real-world evidence to I guess, build a broader and more rounded picture of, you know, how patients respond to treatment. So in general, real world evidence is being more and more accepted. And, you know, increasingly of recent, specifically within the EAP space. Data collection has been recognised. We talked about the French scheme, the EAMS scheme, that have structured programs in place already, and we'll talk a little more about that in a short while. So let me explore that a little further and perhaps substantiate some of those claims. Now, this is just a really simple PubMed search, and it's a snapshot in time by decade. What you can see is, in 1990, there were just a handful of publications which were relating to early access. And, that was tended to be basic demographics and just case write-ups, actually, of healthcare professional testaments. We've seen over the respective decades, roughly a doubling in those number of publications. And in 2020, there were over 50 publications in, prestigious journals, which were specifically utilizing data through early access programs. So there's a clear increase in trend just there. You heard from Eugene in the panel earlier as well, that some of those data which have been published have been utilized for various FDA or European authority regulatory and even reimbursement submissions. So not only are we seeing increased number of publications, actually the last time Rakesh and I were managing to be at a conference in person, it was over 2 years ago, and it was at the ASH conference in Orlando. And it was really nice walking down the aisles, seeing the various different posters, abstracts and publications specifically relating to early access programs. And certainly 10 years ago, you'd see very few, if any. There's also a clear willingness of patients to share their data. Many will have seen this publication a couple of years back, high profile, recently retweeted through FindaCure and Eurodis. But essentially, it was a survey done in a systematic manner looking at patients with rare disease. And the key output, if you squint your eyes close enough, is 97% of patients surveyed were willing for their data to be shared more broadly. And that's not just for their own benefit, but for the benefit of future generations. So the main stakeholder just here is always going to be the patient. And, there are other examples in hematology, oncology, and, some of the chronic diseases, in fact, that people who are gaining access to a treatment, they want their experiences to be shared in the broader community. And that's a really, really powerful message for me, because if you get it right with a patient in the first instance, the opportunities are endless. We're 2 years or so into a global pandemic, and crikey, that's changed the landscape, right? Things have changed considerably in the world in general. But if you think about what's happened and what's changed in the early access space, there's been an awful lot. I mentioned this point earlier. Randomized controlled trials are still going to be the gold standard, prioritized. But the challenges that we've faced in the pandemic, the resources which have been available, the prioritization of COVID-19 patients, for example, has meant that patients with rare disease, various forms of cancer, haven't necessarily managed to enroll into the clinical trials like you'd expect in a normal given moment, a few years ago. So EAPs have played a really important role, and data collection in EAP has been really critical over that period of time. A few key learnings and a few key insights to share, really. I think lots of data that's been collected through EAP, not just for COVID-19 patients, but in general, has had to be retrospective just due to the makeup and the logistics and the operational components of those programs. So I think one of the key learnings is that you don't necessarily have to design a program to prospectively collect data. Retrospective analysis can be equally useful. And Rakesh will share one of our experiences, which, I guess employed a bit of a hybrid approach. I think the final thing, speaking to some of the clients that we work with, some of the healthcare professionals and the patient advocacy groups, there's a strong feeling now that there's almost an ethical obligation to learn and to take every opportunity that you can to generate insights, whether that is to provide poster abstracts at the next conference or congress, or whether that's to collect it in a more systematic manner and utilize that data to inform regulatory or reimbursement pathways. Increasingly it feels like you've got these patients, there's a willingness for that data to be utilized, and in some way, shape, or form, how can that insight be utilized for one purpose or the other? I hope that sets the scene a little bit, and I hope I've shown that it's a fast changing landscape and it's moving at a rate of knots. Rakesh is going to dig a little bit deeper and talk about perhaps some of the insights that we've got and would like to share with you guys from a practical point of view. So Rax.
Thank you, Graham. So in complete agreement with Graham, I think this place, this space is evolving extremely quickly. But I think a key learn for me early on, as I mentioned, my background was in pharma, medical affairs, is that we can't forget why we set these early access programs, expanded access programs up. And it is about treatment provision, right? So we must always remember it's patients in need, exhausted standard care, exhausted clinical trial routes, and now they need a treatment. So although we're talking about data and the benefits and potential utility of that data, we must always remember this is about the treatment of patients and their conditions and prolonging or improving their lives. But with that in mind, I suppose we still look at this as an opportunity to learn. We have exposures to investigational treatment, so it's absolutely vital we utilize these to help to increase access for future patients. Now, why do companies approach us for this type of data collection? Firstly, it's a great opportunity for early insights. So we know about the internal validity of clinical trials. This can allow you to broaden your data collection, looking at patients that typically wouldn't fit the criteria. So it could be an age barrier, it could be sex, it could be prior treatment, but it allows early opportunities for insights either way. So, I mentioned in the room next door, just this morning on a very long journey, thanks to the tube strike on the way here, I was just looking at my phone, had an alert come up. There was recently a publication in a neurology journal, a patient with ALS, unfortunately succumbed to their condition, but was actually given a single patient IND access. Happy to share the publication if anyone's interested. And that experience of that new molecule in ALS has actually led to the launch of a clinical trial program in that population to look at the benefits of this treatment. So, some fantastic early opportunities to gain insights and hopefully to move things forward. Scientific publications, Graham mentioned we were at ASH a couple of years back now. We saw abstract posters from companies with single entities. I think there was one on Epstein-Barr virus, all the way through to CAR-Ts, looking at data collected through early access programs to move the kind of understanding of these treatments forward. It's a great opportunity to start to engage with your key opinion leaders early. It's a dangerous area, right? To talk about pre-approval access in terms of data collection. Could it be seen as covert promotion, etc.? But if you do this correctly, it really is a genuine opportunity to have legitimate scientific exchange with key opinion leaders. Regulatory dossiers. I think for me, this has been a letdown. Potentially, I'll show an example. We've got 900 exposures to an investigational treatment. That rich data set on prior therapies, combinations of treatments. It's still not being used enough in regulatory submissions, in my opinion. This is from researching this area extensively. I think even where it is used, we can't say for sure whether or not having that data would have had an impact on that submission. So it's an area that needs to change. For me, a key driver behind improving this is improving the methodology on how we collect this data. So I'm sure many would have seen, Darwin EU launched last week for the collection of real-world data within Europe. The FDA released this 21st Century Cures Act in 2016. They had their real-world evidence framework released in 2018. And in December last year, they released a load of draft guidance on improving methodology for real-world data collection. we need to take this methodology and bring it to the space to really get utility from this data. Finally, I think an area where it is being used and can add a lot of value is reimbursement activities. So talking to the group next door, we look at oncology treatments, for example. These treatments are given second, third line when they come onto the market initially. Now, if you look at your average clinical trial, how many patients will be in a country? If you've got 300-400 patient trial, you're lucky to have 10 to 15 patients within a clinical trial within a local population, for example, in the UK. Now, if you can gather insights on prior therapies, treatment combinations, the kind of demographics outside of your clinical trial population, I think you've got some fantastic opportunities to gather some insights from reimbursement activities. So I mentioned the kind of importance of having an independent real-world data collection. Keeping in mind, this is for treatment provision, helping patients who need treatments initially. Now, how can we ensure that we don't make this a vehicle to collect real-world data and almost see it as an option to replace clinical trials? It's never going to happen. We need to keep that independence there. So I thought it'd be useful very briefly just to run through what a typical access looks like. So that first box there really looks through the inquiry stage. So this could come via your healthcare professional going to the regulatory authority. It could come directly to a CRO. It could come to the sponsor themselves. And that is just the point of that initial step, is to ensure this is a genuine inquiry from a real physician, from a real site. The second phase is around treatment request. So we need to make sure that when we provide these treatments, the patient has exhausted standard of care. It's tried and tested medications that can improve their prognosis, improve their quality of life. So we need to make sure it's a genuine request, that there is no other option out there. That may require medical approval, etc. But the key thing really is then to ensure we've got the right patient for the treatment. The next stage really is the actual supporting we know how different these systems are, supporting the import requirements for the product, etc., and the dispatch, and hopefully the patient going on to this treatment, which leads to some sort of clinical benefit for that patient. Now, where can real-world evidence independently fit into this? So we've done some work initially gathering insights when a treatment request is received. So physician makes a request using what we call a patient access form, a request for treatment. We can gather insights on their kind of appetite to collect this type of real-world data. And I'll show some work we've done in that area. And there is a real appetite. Graham showed the appetite amongst patients to provide their data, but physicians are very keen to be involved in this type of publication and moving science forward. The second stage we can look at is, once you've had your medical approval for this treatment, giving the physician the option to opt into real-world data collection is a nice place to start discussing that data collection, but post-treatment being administered to the patient. Once that's done, we have to keep in mind this is data we're collecting on human subjects, so we still have to go through all the competent authority notifications being in the AP, and also, extremely important, the ethics approval process as well. And we know that varies country to country, and I'll come on to a few examples of that. And also, designing that data appropriately. Are we looking at, as Graham mentioned, a retrospective design? Are we looking at a combination of the two, or is it fully prospective data collection? Our experience is it needs to be a combination of the two. So I mentioned we've done some work in understanding the kind of appetite pre the treatment being approved for that patient. And so this is where a physician requests, using the patient access form, access to investigational treatment. We put just a generic statement stating that if down the line we look to collect this type of data, real world data, and there's various processes involved around getting consent from the patient, ethics approvals, etc., would you be willing to participate in real world data collection? So this was a program, some live data from Italy and Spain. So we're talking about nearly 900 patients across over 100 sites. And what you can see is, about half of the physicians, without knowing anything about this data collection, is this data going to, provide any kind of payment? What we do with this data, etc. They're very keen to be involved with this type of data collection. So there's the patient appetite and the physician appetite, from our experience, to collect this type of data. Now, thinking about what we need to do to ensure that this data is set up appropriately, I mentioned around the methodology. absolutely critical. We have a protocol in place in advance. So developing a protocol, we recommend having medical writer input, stats input to develop your sample size if appropriate, your statistical analysis plan, etc. Also, another key component is the platform you select to collect this data. Do you want to have some really simple insights using a single platform for both your treatment provision and your data collection, or if you're looking to use this for regulatory purposes, would you be better off using a clinical trial type platform? There are some fantastic platforms out there for observational research where you can develop your CRF and collect this data effectively, and they both, most importantly, patient and healthcare professional friendly to ensure that these insights are gathered. Competent authority notification, extremely important. The MHRA in the UK, if you're going through the specials route, are not that bothered if you notify them around collection of data, but if it comes to the EAMS process where you can gather both insights from NICE and the MHRA, you're better off going through that notification process. In Italy and Spain, we know you need to notify the authorities if you're going to collect this type of data. I mentioned ethics. Ethics is a minefield in itself. You want to go through understand your local processes. So, do you need local, regional, or national ethics approval? If it's retrospective, you may get away with, consent waiver, but it's important to explore that route and go through the processes and appropriate steps to ensure you're collecting data compliantly. And then once you've gone through all this, and as I say, it's a very high level overview, you can go live with your data collection. So I wanted to provide a quick example. This is a real-world data collection that's just gone live. This was a combination of the retrospective and prospective data collection. On the previous slide, I've shown the kind of process to go live. Things never work that simply. You set up your data collection with the best intention to go live at the point at which the first patient receives treatment. In reality, though, by the time you get your ethics approval, etc., you're going to be in a place where many patients have probably started their treatment. So having that retrospective and prospective capture built in is a fantastic opportunity to the point of gathering consent. If the patient's already received their treatment, you can have your baseline and discontinuation data, or your ongoing data points collected at the same time. If they're ongoing, you collect your baseline and then have it designed to collect the data points at the appropriate points. For this particular data collection, we're looking at time to treatment discontinuation, real-world progression-free survival. So, we want to know for real-world progression-free survival, if they progress, and we want to know if there's, we collect that discontinuation data. But if they don't progress, they discontinue for another reason, we want to understand, is there legacy effect from that product? So we're having a 14-month follow-up in this, you can have some really nice data collection with long-term utility collected as well. So very briefly, just to kind of summarize and go through some key considerations when designing this type of real-world data collection. The biggest one probably is keeping in mind this is not research, so we would recommend keeping your data points minimal. You go through, we work with companies on workshops where we'll start off with 30, 40, 50 data collection points. What we then do is we bring that right down, prioritize your critical data points. What are you missing from your clinical trial program? Is it some patient insights? Have you gone too heavy on the generic quality of life questionnaires? Do you want something more condition specific? So find those data collection points to have the greatest utility, bring it right down and design in that sense. Stakeholder engagement. All of our programs now, we have a steering committee. We have, we try and have leading clinicians to advise us on both design, collection, and publication of this data as well. Most importantly, having the opportunity to engage with patients organizations, in rare disease. Yesterday, we constantly hear from patient organizations, what we're collecting in clinical trials is not reflective of what's important to patients often. So let's use this as an opportunity to try and broaden that data collection. Satisfactory methodology that's fit for purpose. I mentioned earlier, you have a protocol, register that protocol, make it transparent. There's some great initiatives out there to make sure that this data is collected appropriately. Have a statistical plan, have your platform that's appropriate for the type of data you're trying to collect. Finally, and Graham will come on to this, the landscape in terms of regs is complex. We know, 27 EU countries, each one will have multiple mechanisms for treatment provision, but they also have different mechanisms for real-world data collection laws. Can you only collect pharmacovigilance data? Can you collect as broad as you want? So talking to, for example, the FDA, they're more than happy to have this data collection in place You go to Canada and it's very much restricted to pharmacovigilance data. So, Graham will come on to the European landscape, but knowing that and having a solid regulatory strategy is absolutely vital to ensure this is a success. And with that, I'll pass back to Graham.
Thank you, Rakesh. So hopefully you've seen the evolving landscape. Things are moving forward. Hopefully we shared some insights into practically what that looks like, demonstrating an appetite to utilize data from both the patient's and the physician's perspective. I think the final piece of a jigsaw, we talked a lot about this morning, is a regulatory landscape. What can you do? Rakesh referenced 27 EU member states just there. I'm not even going to attempt to get there, but safe to say there's huge amount of variability, from one country to the next, and really understanding the minutiae and the specifics from a country to country level really informs how you design your programs. So I'm just going to focus on the top 5 EU markets, or European plus UK markets, I should say, to get my terminology correct. And we talked at one end of a spectrum this morning about the new French early access program legislation. Actually, the respective authority actively encourages data collection, almost mandates that 90% of data is collected over that period of time. And I guess goes as far as encourages setting up site contracts and working with physicians more in a clinical trial domain. At the other end of the spectrum, not on this list, Switzerland almost prohibit data collection outside of frameworks of safety. So you've got huge variability from one country which touches another, if you like. Germany, and we've had some great recent correspondence, is still primarily focusing data collection around safety, but increasingly has an open mind, given European publications of recent that are a little more open-minded to it. Italy, for some period of time now, has got through the various mechanisms in place, actually data collection pathways in all of those. But from a most practical point of view, they actively encourage a cohort type route, utilizing a protocol. And, the rationale across all of these sites, if you think about reproducibility of data, a named patient versus a cohort type route, if you collect data in a consistent, organized manner, as you do with a cohort route where you have predefined inclusion, exclusion criteria, the utility and the mobility of that data is much more robust, if you like. Spain, for example, again, for some time have encouraged data collection, although a submission for observational research is necessary in some cases. In the case that Rakesh referred to earlier, many of you will be familiar with the respective legislation in the UK. The EAMS scheme, the Early Access to Medicine scheme, gives a great breakdown of how you can maximize data uptake, and I think is going through current consultation. That data is absolutely utilized for not just regulatory, but also reimbursement pathways, and feeds into the NICE Health Technology Appraisal pathway. We could talk a lot about the minutiae of them. Safe to say the key message for me is it is absolutely different from country to country. All of your major markets now have an increase in emphasis on real world data collection, even in those countries which have been perhaps historically more resistant to it. And there are certain countries which really lead the way. You set a bit further afield outside of Europe. You heard from Eugene about the US, recent publications back in December as to how to maximize real world data collection with a focus on expanded access. There's great frameworks in the likes of Australia that really give you clear guidance as to how to collect that data in line with respective schemes. I'm conscious that we are, a little behind on the overall conference schedule. I hope we've given you some food for thought. And the take-home messages for me are that, look, it's a rapidly evolving landscape. Things are changing, and what was a case 10 years ago versus now is stark contrast. Equally, what was the case 1 year ago is very different to now. So really understanding the country-specific details will enable the most successful uptake. The guidance for real-world data collection, and be happy to share a few references that Rakesh referred to, really gives us a much better feel for what that looks like and how to design the respective programs. Rest assured, challenges exist, and you're going back to the conversation that we had this morning. Cross-functional stakeholder engagement at the earliest opportunity is central to everything. If you can plan in advance, work out with the right people what you're trying to achieve, why you're trying to collect it, you can have a fighting chance of doing so in the most informed and most effective manner. So thank you, and we welcome any questions, comments, or observations to keep the discussions going.
Rakesh and Graham, thank you very much. Rakesh, apologies for not introducing you. Okay, any questions?
My name is Tania Nadal. I'm clinical development director, so you can imagine that I am coming from the well-known, or where we try to control everything. So when we think on having this real-world data or AP data included in the register, it's more a kind of request of advice, how to manage our fear about not having this control when we are opening the door to use this data, not having these well-controlled programs, or at least from the point of view coming from clinical trials.
That's a very good question. How to deal with the fear?
Yeah. Let me have a first pass, and I know you've got some real wisdom to share, but I think at a very high level, it's about how do you consider what that data is. And if you try and think about it as replacing randomized control trial data, you're off to a losing start. I think if you're thinking about this as to how can this information, these insights, supplement the broader clinical portfolio, then you're halfway through to succeeding with that. And it's never going to replace it, but it just gives extra breadth and an extra dimension to what we can learn about a product in a very different environment, in a real life environment to a clinical trial. But Rax, I know you've had lots of thoughts and conversations over the years, so perhaps share your...
No, I'll use the microphone. I'll have to adjust it to make it slightly lower, maybe. So firstly, a great question. And, for me, registries are amazing. They have a purpose. So you can have your disease-specific or your, product-specific registries. For me, it's about taking back control, right? So I mentioned in the presentation, really designing your data collection up front. So yes, by all means, registries are great, and certain countries love a registry more than others, like Germany, for example. But our experience is the registries will take place in parallel. We would always recommend having a protocol developed specific for your data collection, taking control, using the framework that's out there. I mentioned the FDA, MHRA, Darwin EU last week, right? All showing the utility of real-world data, real-world evidence. Design your protocol, define your endpoints, have your stats planned in advance, have your protocol registered. We have registered a number of these protocols on clinicaltrials.gov. I don't think it's the right place to do that. There are better registries, such as the ISPOR registry for real-world data, real-world evidence. I think it's a great place. So having all these aspects in place and designing it with your end in mind, according to what you're trying to achieve, I think will allow you to take back that control and collect the data. But the key is really to minimize the data points. Registries are broad, right? But minimize the data points to what you're looking to do. Have a a workshop or something to identify those key data points and then to design it appropriately and collect that data with utility.
Thank you, Rakesh. If you have any further questions, then grab a coffee over lunch or so with Rakesh or Graham. Thank you very much, guys. Thank you for sharing your knowledge and experience. And this fear, I still remember about 10 years or 11 years ago, that the reason why my friend was not having access to that medicine was because of fear of that specific pharma company. So it is, I really recognize there's a lot of fear. You wanna get hold of your data. You wanna, it's your baby, the new it's your capital. The people invested in this new data points and in the clinical studies, and you don't want to throw it away. You don't want to put it at risk. At the same time, there was a man who once said, a brave man is not the one who does not have fear. A brave man is the one that overcomes that fear. And it was Nelson Mandela, not just someone. Okay, let us give some applause to our next speaker, which is Robert. Robert, because you want to share some thoughts and some experiences as well, huh? We are zooming in and zooming out. It was just earlier this morning on early access in the United States. Now it was more specifically on Europe and a number of countries in Europe. And now Robert is gonna lead us into, okay, how could we design a global early access program approach? And how could we use in that also the community involved, the early access community involved? We have it going? It's still a bit shaky, but it will be there. You have a question? Are photos allowed?
I'm happy you take photographs of my slide.
Yeah, it is a good question. I'll ask over lunch on all of the speakers whether it's allowed to share all of the presentations, because that would be perfect, of course. And we're here to share and to learn. So my preference is that everyone's willing to, but I want to check first. Yeah, Robert, floor's yours.
Thank you. I just didn't want you to break your camera lens. Yesterday was Rare Diseases Day. The day the whole world is meant to focus in on those rare diseases and particularly around those patients. I think through social media, you saw that great engagement that community has, and that community with the physicians, the patients, and all the other healthcare professionals coming together to share those stories. And that theme is the theme that I really want to pick around how do we need to work collaboratively as teams to try to develop these programs. So it's around what's the reality of access. We hear a lot from CEOs of pharma companies saying, we have launched our drug to give us access. Watch small print at bottom, one country. We hear a lot around how we've brought these products to market, small print in some countries, to some patients, when the health system pays for it. What's that? How do we use EAP as a vehicle to get around those obstacles? Who is the community we need to work with? And what are the evolving models? What I'm going to try and do is not repeat anything that's been said before. So if it is, please feel free to throw something at me. I will throw it at you later if you repeat as well. So, right, what is that reality of access? We all know in a commercial world, and pharma is a commercial world, that you have phased approvals. We all know the majority of pharmaceuticals are launched first in the USA, then Western Europe, then it moves east. And it can be up to 7 to 8 years before a drug is launched across the whole world, or at least those ones where there is actually going to be a commercial launch. We talk about the European approval. You have European approval. But what actually happens? This data, 2015 to 2018, looks at the median number of days after a central European approval before the drug is available in each country. Fantastic. Germany's doing really well, 53 days. Barely enough time to pack it in German pack and get it on the pharmacy shelves. Now, possibly driven by the fact that pharma companies can set their own pricing for year one within Germany, so there's an incentive to get to Germany very quickly. France, 515 days, not as good. You get into Poland, 749 days, so 2 years. So a massive disparity even across Europe, even after a central approval around when it is. And if you look at the percentage of the very busy slide, look at that slew of red. Product not even available as a private prescription within those countries. So we acknowledge that there is an access problem even for commercially launched drugs, both because of phased rollouts across the world, but also within Europe around commercialization, etc. Then you start to combine those already baked in delays to access with continued downward pressure on pricing. Now, there's few things the whole pharma industry can agree on and say it's our common experience. One of them is there is downward pressure on pricing. If you look at EU, there's the embryonic starting of joint pricing and competent authorities and pricing reimbursement coming through within the EU. Common HEOR assessments, etc., the joint procurement, sharing of prices across Europe. With the USA, you're starting to get price discussions into Medicare, Medicaid, continued pressures, particularly from the Senate Democrats. Italy, you had the closure and then the reopening of the 5% fund. So all around, you're having those continued downward pressures on pricing. That's going to lead to even more delays in commercial launch, with those negotiations, those market access activities taking longer and longer and longer. And really, we see that across those period of time, you're going to have more EAPs running for longer. With downward pressure on pricing, the inevitable consequence of that is drugs get launched in less countries. So you're going to have EAPs being used as the only form of access in that country, the Turkish model, where the sales of unlicensed medications into Turkey are greater than the sales of the top 5 pharma companies in Turkey. In medium term, you're going to have more and more happening around before commercial launch. And all the way through, real world data being requested more and more how do we get your clinical trial patient profile to meet our real life patient profile? EAPs give you that roll through. So if you look at that access point and what's the reality of access? The reality of access is early access programs are that vital way of combining that distance, whether it's parallel to your clinical trials on triage programs, whether it's during those reimbursement discussions, or indeed across the world in those countries that they're never going to be launched in. So how do we use it, Anna? And again, language. Oh, what have I done? That'll teach me not to look at the keyboard whilst I'm talking. So again, language, we're using EAPs as that regulatory compliant way of getting access. But let's consider where that is. We talked today primarily around after that submission. But actually, it's a little bit earlier. We've dwelt on this a little bit. It's around from that pivotal data, whether it's phase 2 data within orphan or phase 3 data within specialist or normal drugs, right the way through the regulatory review process to commercialized launches. And again, numerous different wordings, different types of programs, whether the named patient or cohort group across the different worlds. And again, when you hear EAP from me, like Bionicle, we're talking about every single different type of program, no matter what country we're in. But this is the key slide. The classic graph of a pharmaceutical adoption. Massive investment at the start, sales return, patients, because what a sales term also mean, it means more patients on your therapy. It means patients having access. We know, and there have been published studies around this, that the early access programs can increase that access, not just for the patients that are in the programs, but right the way through once you have commercially launched. Take a step back. Why? Because your leading physicians have already got the experience of the therapy, so they've gone through their testing and they're into their usage of the individual therapy. Too many moons ago, I started my life in pharma as a sales representative out there in the road. And one thing we always knew as a physician needed to try it on a few patients first, build their individual confidence up before they would start to use habitually. So we know that early access programs can accelerate that process. But they can only accelerate that process if we actually start to develop these programs in combination with a whole community. And I use that word community advisedly. It's not just the healthcare physicians. Many of us in this room are from that clinical trial, clinical operations background. We talk healthcare professionals. We think physicians. We talk health institutions. We think trial sites. It's making that jump through, especially in the specialists, the oncologies, the hematologies, the orphan diseases, to think of the whole community. And yes, we start to think about the patient. We all put the patient in the center. But it's not just even the patient as your only layperson involved in this. It's the patient, it's the family, it's the carer, it's everybody around that patient. I mentioned earlier some of the best feedback when you work in early access, and I'm sure this goes across whether it's pharma company or provider, is when you get that feedback. And it's not just the stories around the individual patient, it's how it's changed the whole family. But then it's also around the healthcare professionals. And that's around both the physician, their clinical teams, so it tends to be their nurses, their juniors, etc., but also the pharmacy teams as well. This has been my soapbox that I've stood on for many years. Pharmacy teams in hospitals and healthcare authorities are absolutely vital for early access programs. They are the healthcare professionals charged usually for bringing the therapies into their country if they're imported, and are the ones that lead the process within the individual hospitals for the ordering, the logistics, and getting it there. Ignore the pharmacists at your peril, because they're the ones that oil the wheels. They're the ones that take that barked instruction from the professor of get me this, how dare you criticize me, I am the leading person in my country, and actually make it happen. But it's also that hospital bureaucracy, the institution of a hospital, the payers, the ordering, the procurement as well. It's the pharma company as well, the cross functions on it. And we've touched around this a little bit earlier today. We talked about that clarity of objectives, whether it's clinical operations, medical affairs, market access, all the different functions here. We then also need to think about the funders and the payers, and then finally those regulators as well. Now, EAPs tend to be a real spectrum from very highly regulated, the French systems, the EAMS systems in the UK, right the way through to the much more no objection processes of the MHRA permissions period to the import as an unlicensed medication. When we come to these conferences, we talk an awful lot about that area, the more regulated side. And yes, it's more exciting, it's interesting. But actually, a bulk of the whole early access programs are on those more simplified versions. But that's why you need that liaison on both sides with the regulators. So what are those community needs? Each member of this community will have their own needs around whether it's accessing the drug, looking at the clinical or safety or efficacy, the logistics around it, the links to the service development. This is a huge area around both benefits and negatives of early access. It can really inspire, promote, and allow your physician champions to start developing their service their service patterns and deliveries before commercial launch. We all know in many drugs, in many disease areas, the therapy becomes before the diagnosis. What's that ongoing support, both for the patient, the group, and also the physician? What's the long-term funding individuals and what's the long-term supply? So if you take those as some ideas of what the different community needs are, hopefully you're starting to build in your own head around quite how much work you need to think around when you're setting up and planning and designing and indeed initiating one of these programs of how engaged you need to be. It's not just a single conversation between the pharma company and the lead physician. And I actually think this is a very simple diagram. If you think it's going to be a patient or one of their families talking to a healthcare professional, lots of interlinking and networking between those healthcare professionals to do it. They're going to have to go then to their hospitals, their ethics boards, etc., to get that. It's then going to have to go to the funders and the payers before it goes even at the start to the pharma, who then has another conversation with the healthcare professionals, who then talks to the patients, all whilst under this regulatory context. You need to think around how is this in your individual program? What's your engagement with every player on that scene? And how do you create your program that it works for those as an individual? So let's look a little bit at physicians. There's a real benefit for this. The physicians on an EAP tend to be those leading physicians in each country. They tend to be the ones that are looked for guidance from others. So therefore, they're your influencers and developers. By building and taking that time to build up the relationship with them, you're already starting to help your launch, your networking, your HEOR conversations. And it's the same with patients. These are the informed patients and carers. They're the ones that can help you in service redesign, in HEOR, in reimbursement discussions going forward, creating your advocates. So once you have this community, and I would urge everybody to do proper community mapping, and you've started your EAP. So how are those EAPs starting to evolve over time? I had a big section on real world data. I just pressed delete because I'm not replicating. So I think there's around 5 areas where EAPs are starting to massively accelerate and change and develop as we go forward in the last, really, I've tried to concentrate in the last 2 to 3 years here. One is around real world data, the advent of advanced therapy, cell gene, these creations of regional hubs, continuation of long-term programs, which is really being accelerated by COVID, and then chargeable programs as well. So I'm going to add 2 things on real world data. One, here are some studies at the bottom where real world data has been absolutely vital for the submission and the approval of the drug coming in, of the drug at both FDA and EMA level. And EAPs give you an absolutely fascinating and very controlled way, if I misuse that word, of collecting that data. Secondly, I would say, resist the urge to collect a lot of data. When the clinical or the medical teams come along with their 750 things that might be interesting sometime, I've seen a lot of nodding, to collect, resist that urge, because you've got to make the data collection easy. You've got to make the data collection fit into the physician or the healthcare team's normal day. Now, we talk about a clinical trial and we say, oh, yes, it'll take them 45 minutes to do the write-up of the every patient interaction. You're not going to get that in an early access program. It's got to fit into that. So it's watch what you collect and make it easy for the clinical team to collect it. So, second evolution that we're seeing coming through rapidly is around the advancement of advanced therapies. We've all seen them come through. And I think if you look at these advanced therapies, they do make some changes around how you would manage and how you would set up and design a EAP program for them. And I've tried to isolate 5 key areas where I think there's a change. The first one is around that supply chain. Inevitably, advanced therapies tend to have more complicated supply chain considerations, whether it be temperature, humidity, or even indeed just cost of product that you need to do more security. So it's 24/7 monitoring. It's incredibly limited supply chains. So there's rationing in there as well. It's that security, but it's also programmed into production. So you're not just looking downstream from the warehouse, you're looking upstream as well. More attention needs to be created around what that supply chain is. Then multiply that supply chain by 60 different countries, 20 different countries, wherever you might get a request. And also, if there's one thing I've learned around EAPs is you'll set them up for a number of countries and you'll have a request from another country. So how is that supply chain replicable for another country quickly? Second is around site selection. If you're in orphan rare disease, particularly, there may be limited experience with that disease, and there may be limited experience at sites or even with countries. So you're probably going to want to do an awful lot more site validation, even if it's something as similar as, do they have the freezer capacities to take the -80 whilst it arrives in quickly? Have they got those processes in there? So it's on-site visits, it's constant monitoring. So this is about the only time you'll ever hear me say this. This site selection is much more like a clinical trial than normal. There are extra regulations. There's no two ways about it. We have these access programs or EAP regulations developed up in different countries. Often when different sets of regulations don't quite join, something's been put over there. Many of them were written before Celgene, cannabinoids, anything else have come in which is interesting and different and new, etc. So we then have to look at how they're developing their regulation around these new types of therapy and overlay of the unlicensed medicines. Too often I've had the conversation with the regulator of, so you've got these regulations on advanced therapy, these regulations on licensed medicine. Have you thought when they both apply? The answer is usually not. Lastly, when you're in around these specialist areas and advanced cutting edge treatments, there's an awful lot more publicity sensitivity. So look at Mandela. Yes, there are fears. I'm going to throw another one at you. There's the fear of bad publicity. This shouldn't be a stopper of doing it. It should be an encourager to plan for it, to look at your communication plans and openly and honestly and transparently talk and engage with your patient groups, your patient advocacy groups who understand the limitations you're working under and want to help. And lastly, you may be getting into global payments around these advanced therapies because your pharma biotech may not be able to support them on a compassionate use right the way through. So if you're doing global, what is that payment structure? What is those global systems? Do you have the capabilities for doing that? But one of the key things that has come out of the advanced therapies movement forward and the extra considerations or need is really the concept of regional hubs of where we're doing it. So if you think especially on those rare and orphan diseases with limited diagnosis in certain countries, with limited experience of the physicians and where they are, what you're finding now, especially the patients who have the financial ability to buy their products, etc., they are traveling. They are going elsewhere to receive diagnosis, to receive treatment and doing it. And again, if you're then dealing with an advanced therapy, which is either a limited course or a one-off treatment, it lends itself even more to the patient traveling to the site. So you're starting to see a development of regional hotspots of this activity. I think the classic one is Dubai, where you're seeing that so many of the big American hospital groups are up and set up and running in Dubai. They've got that cross-pollination of expertise from Mayo Clinic, etc., Chicago Children's, across into Dubai. And they're acting as a regional hub for the whole of MENA and North Africa to come in to be treated in these advanced therapies take through. And they are where you'd expect to be, good transportation links, etc. But of course, that adds to an extra complexity around what it is. You both have to do the selection of the regional hub and the individual hubs, and around develop that healthcare training, provide them with a communication platform that they're comfortable in using. You need to really start looking at what's that communication team between the healthcare team and the patient's own country and own hospital, through to where they would be in the regional hub, but also start helping them, providing them, they may not all take it, around that concierge service for traveling and movement across countries. Looking then at that treatment and care across the individual areas, because although the patient may be from country X, if they're being treated in country Y, you're using the regulatory provisions under country Y, but you may be using the reimbursement provisions under country X. So you have that added complexity of financial flows, etc. And this isn't just for your drug product. This may be for their diagnosis and general physician, hospital, healthcare teams as well. So this is a complicated area you really need to look into. And then, of course, it's handing that patient back as well. How do you hand that patient back to their home country, to their healthcare team? How do you devise up that long-term healthcare team? Now, it may not be a responsibility of you as the sponsor or the patient group in order to do that, but you do have a responsibility of making sure it is done if you're enabling that access. So a lot of these programs and that way through, you're looking at multiple actors on multiple levels of how to get them through. So we power all of this using a single hub to do that training through. But then moving on from that sort of regional hubbing piece, you then have a growth in the last 3 to 5 years, particularly around these long-term programs. COVID had many implications for the pharma industry and many implications for early access programs. One of the things it did was delayed launch in a lot of secondary and tertiary countries across the world. It also forced pharma to really look at their operations and say, which countries do we actually launch in? I'm not going to get the numbers absolutely right, but I'll be in the ballpark and happy to provide them through. It's around 30% of the orphan drugs that are licensed by the EMA are actually commercially launched in more than 50 countries around the world. So that's a huge number of countries specialist drugs are never launched in. So what you're getting is EAPs in whatever form they are, usually called international pharmacy, becoming that way of supplying into those drugs, into those countries on a long-term basis. So it's that long-term, non-commercialized countries. Non-commercialized, obviously, meaning you've not got marketing authorization as a pharma company. But because that is a massive request of any pharma and biotech, and a lot of the innovation of these therapies that are suitable for EAP are coming out of biotech, albeit that they may be partnered with big pharma. That long-term supply is a massive ask of any commercial organization. So that again is driving an increase around chargeable access programs, international pharmacy programs across the world. And just one more thing on language. Don't think of a chargeable EAP as being the same as reimbursement. Two different systems across the world. Yes, France has a formalized reimbursement system for access programs. Let's just put that to one side. In general terms, access programs and EAPs being charged is a different process to reimbursement. And most healthcare systems have that process for paying for unlicensed therapies coming in, whether it's usually from hospitals or funders and payers, but in some cases, as was mentioned earlier, from those patient and carers. Pharma biotech have really got four key considerations of whether you want to charge. Can you as a company do it? Are you committed to doing it? What's the availability to stock? What's the planned commercial status of individual countries? And then regulatory, is it acceptable in each individual country or jurisdiction? What you tend to find going now is three different models. So immediately commercialized countries, it's limited or short-term EAPs free of charge. The secondary state, EAP may be limited for a number of patients and then a charged one. And then the non-commercialized countries, long-term charged EAPs. So I'm conscious I have exactly 1 minute left as my timer. So I'm going to just focus on what do you need to do a good EAP. I've been in this game 15 plus years, and I look back at the programs that went well, and I look back at the programs that didn't go so well or badly. And it all boils down to, I think, four criteria. One is around, do you have physician support? You have to have physician support, demand for your therapy. They're the best adjudicators of is it an unmet clinical need. Physician support for actually doing the program. That's an external one. An internal one, there's got to be strong leadership support for the program within the manufacturer and sponsor. Frankly, in a lot of companies, unless they have a well-established team, I know there are a few here, this will be new for new companies. And when it's new, all the functions don't necessarily play particularly well in the sandpit. You can tell I have a 2-year-old. You get these little arguments. You're going to need that strong leadership support to drive it through and rectify and sort out any functional elements. Lastly, it's that effective project management, both from the sponsor, from the provider, the healthcare provider, and also if you outsource that as well. And lastly, it's that regulatory expertise and dedication. You can always tell someone who's done an early access program when they're asked a question, they go, that's very interesting. It depends. And I think you saw it in the panel today. We all went, really interesting. We need to find out more details. This is a huge chunk of regulatory expertise and dedication you need. And three things just to consider. You really need to discover what you as a pharma company and what the community want. You then need to design that country by country, jurisdiction by jurisdiction, and then finally deliver that. And I'm going to cut a little bit short and go for questions as the chairman moves to the front.
Very good. Thank you very much. Robert, this is really cool that we have this kind of people that are willing to share all of their experiences and their knowledge. Because it's really interesting. Who's got a question?
Okay, I'm Carla Barona from Ferrer as well, a medical advisor. I was wondering in terms of these long-term not commercialized programs, is there any way the regulatory parties can push you for a normal marketing authorization? Or?
Yes and no. See me hedging my bets. Okay. So yes, if you tried this in a Germany or a France or a UK and you were a big pharma company, you're going to get pressure. Yeah. If you're running, so that's one end of the spectrum. If you're talking about an orphan or a rare disease in Singapore, where they may have 5 or 6 patients there, probably not. So it's where your individual asset sits in that arena. What I would say is outside of Western Europe and maybe Australia and New Zealand, those bigger healthcare economies, I've not experienced pressure. Because it's very standard for them to have non-commercialized programs. Yeah.
If I can add a comment for you. The problem is not that they can push to ask you to submit a marketing authorization application. They could ask to start a clinical trial application if the number increase a lot, the number of patients. This is based on my experience. So you can handle early access program, but in some country, if it is not a rare disease, a real rare disease, the number increase, they can ask, okay, you can move through a centralized compassionate use, a clinical trial application, and so on. Sorry, but just to share the experience that could be useful.
I was going to caveat that with Russia has an interesting system, but probably none of us will be doing early access in Russia for a while, unfortunately. China also has an interesting system as well. You'd need to be looking great depth there as well.
Yeah.
Rapidly changing, by the way.
Very rapidly changing.
Yes.
You have a question?
The question. Okay, regulatory issues, I can confirm, but in a lot of countries, there is a regulation. So you have to know the regulation and move forward. What is your approach in countries in which there is not a clear regulation for early access? Which is your approach to handle this kind of request?
So I think in most countries you will have a regulation, you'll have a group or cohort set of regulation. So like the UK EAMS program, the early access schemes in France, etc. Most countries, even the smallest, will have a system for the importation of an unlicensed drug. So it's around working out which is the best one of those two. You're absolutely right. There are a few countries in Africa, primarily a couple in South America, which have no regulation at all. But in general, most countries will have a regulation for how do you bring in drugs that's not registered there. Now, in certain countries, that might be because they don't have, I go to the extremes, they don't have paracetamol, acetaminophen registered, and they have no registration system. But most will have something. They may not have the complex cohort ones that are more like a clinical trial.
Robert, final question and a 2-minute answer.
Thanks a lot. Hello, I'm Ariela Monsoglu. I'm a medical excellence lead for Sobi in Sweden. I'm sorry if the question is perhaps more relevant for other sessions, but I think I got the question in my head in a couple of slides here. We discussed about initiating a program and what are the requirements we need to identify. My question is more on when a program should actually stop. And I know that, of course, this is something that we need to consider from a regulatory perspective in each country. But I was just wondering if you have a general comment on that. And specifically in Europe, I mean, we have the EMA approval, but as you really well showed in that slide, it takes quite some time in some countries to actually have the product available in that country. So where in that space between should the the EAP stop? Thank you.
Okay. In general terms, you stop an EAP with the obvious ethical considerations of continuation of supply for an individual patient when it's commercially launched within that country. So in general, you commercially launch and then you transition the patients across to commercial supply. Some countries may say you have to go on a couple of months afterwards, etc. That's a country by country thing. So that's in general terms. Within Europe, with this period, which can be quite significant in certain countries, post-EMA approval but pre-commercialized authorizations, you would usually continue your access program in there. There's some decisions and some individual country things you need to go through. So whether you charge a compassionate use one to a charge program, what do you price that on? How do you do it? There's some interesting pieces in different countries around what's accepted and what type of drug is accepted in packaging. But in general, you would carry it on until the drug is commercially launched within that country. or just one more phrase, or until it's so widely across Europe that de facto it just happens by use. Sorry.
No, I think it was a straight answer. Thanks. Thanks very much. Robert, thank you. If you want to have more questions, then grab him over lunch. Yeah? Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, and now we're going to talk about the obvious and not so obvious considerations on early access. And it's going to be Martine and Wendy as well. Or not? Yeah? Ah, very good. There she is. Are you going to walk around, preferably? And I give you a mic. Yeah? Okay, very good. Okay, while they are setting up, you notice, eh? You're ready to go? Okay, go ahead.
I'm here. Okay, so earlier we are talking from the US, the UK, here we have three US. Good morning, Wendy. Good morning.
Yeah, we still have a bit of restrictions when it comes to travel. And so we decided to do it this way. So Wendy, do you want to introduce yourself quickly?
Sure, thank you. Hi, everyone. Good morning, good evening. I am Wendy Erler, and I have the distinct privilege of leading patient experience and insights at AstraZeneca Alexion Rare Disease. So a lot of my experience specific to EAP and using investigational drugs does fall in the rare disease space, and happy to build on the comments of the previous speaker.
Okay, so this session, what's obvious, what's not so obvious. So I heard in the previous presentations a lot of things. So now I'm going to wear my regulatory affairs hat, right? So great for regulatory affairs, so great for the dossier. Okay, start an EAP early, Yeah, but there are sometimes bumps on the road. So with Wendy, we will give you some examples around this. And this is a panel discussion, as I don't know if we call it this way, but it's more to have a dialogue and to share some real case examples on what went well, what went not so well, maybe. Okay, so I think you've heard a lot. So expanded access is the use of an investigational new drug outside of a clinical trial, right? When, how, and why should investigational therapies be given to patients outside of a study? I think we've been talking about that for the entire morning and more to come. So here again, I will, in the US, you heard it. I think you see here, approved product on the left, non-approved product on the right, and then expanded access comes here. Now in the US, you also have right to try, but let's focus on expanded access. In Europe, you have kind of same thing, expanded access. Used to be called compassionate use. We heard this morning about the famous, I'm French, ATU, and then what we call sometimes the name patient. You are very familiar with this. Okay, next. So now I'll hand over to Wendy. We're jumping into a real case study. Wendy, just for you to know, I think 2 speakers ago, there was an example shared about an early access of an EAP for an ALS patients that led to a clinical study and the product. So we are in ALS again. So Wendy,
Thank you. And I think this is a really an important opportunity to focus maybe less on the disease and more on the process and the sort of very important input that we considered. And as the last speaker said, and I really appreciated the last slide, it's a multi-stakeholder process and planning time that's so critical, and having strong leadership support internally, but also externally with strong KOLs and strong regulatory advisors is so critical. We found ourselves in a little bit of a unique situation that I think will become more common. We had an asset that's a complement inhibitor that has decades of safety and efficacy data in other complement-mediated diseases, as well as a more recent neurology indication with very strong data. So we had an interest and actually request to study this drug in ALS. The outlier being, while we knew the drug well in other diseases, we had no data in ALS, and there was very little preclinical complement data for ALS. But as everyone heard earlier today, and those of you that have ever known anyone in the ALS community, it's a uniformly fatal disease with very little in the way of meaningful treatment, and a very tragic disease, not just for the patient, but caregivers and everyone around them. So a really strong example of urgent unmet need. There's also a really special thing in the ALS community in that the patients are incredibly vocal and active, as are their providers. So it's a global kind of tight-knit healthcare community. The community itself was very vocal, and there seemed to be this groundswell of rising expectation for expanded access. They were gaining a lot of visibility in the US, in Washington, but also globally, and really beating home the case that for this disease, patients deserved to try any therapy and not have to wait. And so they were expecting an expanded access program. What we did is engaged with the community from day one. So we designed the protocol with KOLs, community members, patient advocacy leaders, and our clinical development team in the same room, back when you could all be in the same room. And we really looked at different kind of design processes. If we did a phase 2 study, then went to a phase 3, what would that look like on a timeline? What type of data would we be able to secure? What robust research would we be able to conduct? At the end of that discussion, we ultimately aligned on going to our leadership and getting approval to go right direct to a phase 3. So again, we had no data in ALS. We'd never done a phase 2 study. There was very little complement data. And the recommendation we made was to go right to a phase 3. And why did we do that? It goes back to everything I just said. Urgent unmet need, very desperate patient community, lack of real understanding of complement in the space, but this study drug was well understood. So we had a safety and efficacy profile that we could discuss with regulators and really make the case to go right to phase 3. That was approved, and we had a global, robust phase 3 plan in place, and COVID hit. So obviously we thought that could change everything. Ultimately, we were able to enroll over 160 patients in a global phase 3 study in under a year. So the timing of enrollment in this disease really is important to the kind of looking back at the EAP discussion, because in some diseases, it's hard to enroll trials. It takes a much longer time. In ALS, we were able to enroll very quickly. Again, it's an incredibly motivated and supported community. So we got the study enrolled, but a key part of the study design was that we had an early interim access time point. So while all of this was going on with clinical development, we were also engaging with the community and with leading healthcare experts on the need to consider an expanded access program. We were really being asked very early on. We had another complication or opportunity, depending on how you looked at it, in that this drug was approved for other diseases. So we also had this added complexity of the risk, so to speak, of off-label use. the approach we took was to design an expanded access program very early in the process. So we had a plan, we had approval to open an EAP, and we had a timeline. We also had criteria that we had established internally that would determine next steps. And we were very transparent in communicating this to the community and to the investigators. That timeline for first decision was all tied back to the study design and the early interim analysis. So when we did the early interim analysis, we didn't expect to have full picture, complete data that would give us the direction of travel completely. But we knew we would have a sign that said whether or not we should move to expanded access. And the reason this is so critical is it goes back to what Martine said. Fundamentally, expanded access is the use of an investigational drug outside of a clinical trial. We can all agree that the scientific process has to be carried out. It's rigorous, it's robust, it gets to the right answers. So an EAP, depending on timing, really does interrupt that process in some ways. As it turned out, we had an EAP plan, we communicated the strategy to patient advocacy, we had great alignment and support. And I really think fundamentally that was due to that transparent communication. And that required working with our regulatory team, our compliance team, and our comms team to be able to be so forthright and public. At the interim analysis, the data were remarkably clear and remarkably convincing and remarkably negative. So we did not move forward with an EAP. We actually terminated the study early. But the lessons learned and the way we considered this and the internal mobilization of people, decision makers, strong leadership support, and a plan was really critical and will inform all of our future programs. So I really like to say the drug failed in ALS, but the study did not. And learning about this robust, fast to phase 3 approach, quite frankly, really gives me a different lens to look at how I consider expanded access in future programs. Next slide. So when we think about key points to remember, really expanded access is not designed to replace clinical.
Wendy, the next slide is my example.
Okay, go ahead. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Yeah. So here I give you another case just to balance a bit. So again, here it's hypophosphatasia. It's a bone disease. Maybe you know, maybe you don't know. We have a treatment for this disease. But long time ago, a couple of years ago, when the development started, when the molecule was invented in a lab, development started. It was a biotech company in Canada. And it's a poorly understood disease. So there was a new drug candidate, early development, and there was a phase 1 in adult. So this is a disease that has a very, very heterogeneous genotype, phenotype, etc., as very often in rare diseases. Yesterday was Rare Disease Day. Everybody's wearing stripes. Okay, there are no two zebras that look the same. So a rare disease is a bit like that. So the phase 1 in adult was ongoing. Now what happens in this rare disease community? You have very clever KOLs. You have very clever physicians, sometimes hidden somewhere on the planet, but they see data. And to some extent, they manage and they get access to the drug. That was a very small biotech at that time in Montreal. They gave single INDs to some physicians that could treat very severe pediatric patients with this disease. In adults, the adults we had in phase 1 didn't have a life-threatening disease. They had a pure quality of life. They cannot walk, but they were not dying, if we can say those kind of things. But in the severely pediatric patients, what happens in this disease, in the most severe form, is that babies are born without mineralization of the rib cage. Okay, so delivery is normal, and the baby takes the first breath, right? And then the rib cage collapses. And the only thing you can do is put a baby on a ventilator. Okay, and then happens what happens. So in that case, so some physicians did a single IND and they published case studies. Now it's out in the world. And that's also something that I want to say. When it's out in the world, then please try to do a placebo-controlled clinical trial. I mean, you have a child, you will never put a child in a placebo, well, I don't know, but in a placebo-controlled clinical study where you know that there is something in the literature that says this drug candidate saved my baby, saved my child, right? So again, here, it's not early access program, but sometimes everything is put in the same bag. So on those early single INDs, be careful. I mean, plan. And if you are a company, the advice I can give, and as well as Wendy was saying, we learn, lesson learned, as soon as the drug candidate is, somebody is starting to use it, very quickly, use it in a program. The too late thing comes very quickly. And we struggle. We bought this company ultimately quite quickly. And we did the entire program, right? But we struggled a lot with the data that the regulators were expecting to approve this drug. In Europe, it's approved, exceptional circumstances. And that was a good thing. Europe has this good thing which says we will never be able to generate the data that we would like to see from placebo randomized clinical trial. So we give you exceptional circumstances, which is all fine, right? The drug is on the market, etc. But that's also I wanted to highlight. So here another example, and we have quite a few of them. Okay, back to you, Wendy.
Thank you. So in these two case studies, we really wanted to kind of bring the whole conversation full circle. So we aren't discussing expanded access in isolation, but really thinking about the purpose of expanded access in the context of advancing research and making drugs available for patients who need them. So expanded access is not designed to replace clinical trials. There's complexity in that oftentimes patients think industry sponsors have a much bigger role than we may have. But we, at the same time, are not required to supply investigational drugs or biologics for expanded access. So we have this complex situation where we have to commit to supply if we believe in providing drug in this way. FDA doesn't make that decision, but regulators do make the decision about approving investigational INDs, compassionate use, et cetera. We have the opportunity as industry to decide what type of expanded access can be used. So really understanding all those pathways and thinking about it from the perspective of what is the end goal? What are we trying to accomplish? And then looking at the right regulatory program that fits that need and also provides opportunity to ensure safety for patients is really critical. There are, as we've all discussed over this course of this conference, many different paths. And what we didn't focus on here in this presentation is true emergency use access to drugs. And I think that's really a little bit of a different case in how you have to think about supplying drug for emergency use. Martine, I'll turn it back to you.
Okay, so I mean, emergency, if you want, we could also a bit discuss if you have questions, because our C5 inhibitor, okay, were used during COVID. At the beginning of the COVID, right? And that's the same. Some physicians are requesting the drug. So here it was highly regulated by the FDA, for example. And then after a couple of days, FDA calls and say, hey guys, do a clinical trial, right? I mean, that was late March 2010, time passes. But I can tell you those days and nights were short nights where our drug was used, right? And then the physician puts it on Facebook. He saved this patient with the drug, right? And then you're like, oh la la, what's going to happen, right? And you have the regulators from all over the globe, well, the ones that have not shut down, that are calling because everybody was looking for a solution, right? And yeah. So next. I think there was so we just did a table, but I think everybody is familiar with that. And we put some references. You will have access to the slide. What did we put here? Yeah, I mean, for me, the expanded access can work in parallel with clinical trial, right? Sometimes we are addressing patients who are not eligible. This is sometimes another setting. We heard this morning that EAP may potentially supplement clinical trial objectives. I think you will have access to the slides. We will be okay. Wendy, do you have something to add? I think we have covered what we wanted to cover here.
I agree, and we'd be happy to answer any questions. And I think the one piece that we really wanted to share with these case studies is there's opportunities to engage with patients across the entire drug development process. And so EAP and early planning may be one of the first ways that companies are engaging with patient advocacy groups. But it's so important to think about what that engagement at that stage sets the foundation for later. And if the answer that you're giving in a community is, we're not going to grant EAP access right now, how do you build that story and really share communication transparently so that you're preserving the relationship and the engagement for later stages of drug development?
Yeah, I think that's a key point, right? A very important point here. So maybe we go with questions.
Yeah. Anyone,
Okay.
any questions? Thank you, Wendy, by the way, as well.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for the presentation. I'm a regulatory affairs, so I'm just curious about the two cases. You move directly from an individual case to a phase 3 study. Probably you had a meeting, a scientific advice, something like that. What about the dose finding, for example? You receive some support, in skipping this part. I'm just curious.
Okay, I go. Our secrets, huh? Okay. No. Of course, I agree with you on the dose finding, and it's something that comes very often. So this is the ALS. Wendy explained. We had with our drug, we had a wealth of information on other diseases. So with PKPD modeling, and so you can get around it, maybe. Okay, but that worked. For the other program, that's a very good question. But again, in this very, very severe life-threatening disease, you have a physician that just makes its own calculation, blah, 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 and they start. So when and I told you, we had a phase 1 in adult ongoing, so that also allowed some adjustments, plus, then you go slowly but surely. But the amount of patients available was so small that we did one dose. Okay, it was pretty homogeneous on the dose. We decided to go this way. And with a lot of PKPD modeling, we managed to do it. Now, the dosing, this drug is on the market. So the dosing scheme is not ideal. Okay, it's subcutaneous injection 5 times a week. Okay, and then you have the Saturday, Sunday, it's the weekend, you have drug holiday, and you start again. The dose is not so convenient, right? And we're working on something better, of course.
Yeah, specifically in rare disease, ultra rare disease, it's extremely difficult to build up data on that. Yeah. Is there any further question? Yeah.
The case studies, you mentioned that the patient groups were very vocal, and it's very good to involve them very early on, of course. Imagine that you were a pre-revenue company and you are developing a high-value product and you're eager to provide it via early access. However, it's not sustainable to do it free of charge. So in that case, how would you approach the patient groups then?
Yeah, I have quite a bit of experience in that actual setting. And, I think at the end of the day, looking back on that experience, the areas where we were most successful really is in very frequent, regular, transparent engagement communication. So having opportunities to meet with the most influential, most advanced patient advocacy groups I worked with one patient advocacy group, and we spent a lot of time presenting our preclinical mouse data and toxicology data to help them understand how we were continuing to learn about the clinical candidate and what we hope to bring to market eventually. And we mapped out a timeline, and it was a 5-year timeline where we thought an expanded access or compassionate use program might be able to be implemented. And as that timeline changed, as we gathered more information, we continued to keep them well informed. This required having a CDA in place and building a high level of trust.
Wendy, have you ever also discussed internally on organizing a charged EAP, for instance, in ALS or in rare disease? That is quite common as well.
So I think that really comes down to the conversation within the company of how you want to serve these patients and what you need from a business perspective, and then being able to develop the right program at the right time. There's so many options. And it also depends on the market, correct? So where, in fact, you're going to offer expanded access or compassionate use and what the market will allow. And then determining, again, to me, one of the critical inputs is when you would start that type of program. And if you're able to get data in an expanded access program, how that informs the whole package.
Yeah, I think, for example, Italy, 648, where it's paid, right? So it all depends on how you map this at the global.
Yeah, well, yeah. For instance, on ALS, I know ALS, unfortunately, extremely well. And the global ALS community is very vocal, but they also have lots of funds. And they are very open to discussing that kind of solutions as well, specifically for companies that do not have funds, because that is, if you're a big pharma company, then it's more decision on whether you want to spend funding on it or not. If you're smaller biotech or pharma company, that's a more difficult decision.
Yeah, but then there is some ethical component, right?
Of course,
what's the value of something for which you haven't proved anything? So yeah.
It's always complicated discussions. Yeah. Any further questions? Yeah.
Thanks. I'd just like to ask, with the single IND case study, you said there were quite a few issues, particularly with emergency supply. How would you approach this differently if you were able to, set this up at Alexion before you acquired the biotech? I understand.
Oh, it comes down to the same thing. Is on a very early drug candidate. And again, you're a very small biotech. You want to be visible, okay? And then you make a press release, and then you have a case study. It's published in a very nice journal. I think it increases the value of the biotech. And look, we bought them, right? No, but it's a shortcut, right? But this is it, right? Small biotech, it's all, you have your board, you have your investors, you have to show that you have something in hands. If I'm wearing a bigger pharma hat here, while, time is the essence, right? Time is critical, because when you have a drug candidate, you want to reach as many patients as possible, but at the right time. So I would rather, as Wendy was saying, engage with KOL, engage with patient association, but just say, wait a bit, maybe, in 6 months or so. But when you have a dying baby, it's always very, very difficult. I agree with you. But on the, can I say, it's my opinion, right? But can I say the noise that goes with it, maybe you can reduce it a bit and have more data, maybe to get the dose right? Before it's out in the world. And we have some examples now. It's not very recent, where our first C5 inhibitor was on the market for the first indication, on the market. And then some physicians used it off-label. And then case studies. And then the trainers left the station. And then we started a clinical trial, but that's because it's not EAP, but it's off-label use. So how do you control this? A physician can use off-label, okay? And then they publish, and then everybody wants to use it. But the regulators tell you, clinical trial. Then, and then we did something that was, it was nice because we had a very short program that we complemented with the case studies. So we didn't have pediatric patients in the program, and all the pediatric data were built on top of the adult data from the case studies. And we ended up being approved super broadly, right? But that's all the gymnastics, the cooking that goes with it, yeah.
Yeah, that's really marvelous, Martine, how you did it. As a matter of fact, this is a very important topic. Being a pharma company, it is very difficult. Suppose it's your child, or suppose it's your mom, or so. Then it's an easy decision for yourselves. But if you're also responsible for all of these other patients and for the long term, and also for the long term return on investments, it's a whole different kind of topics that you have to deal with as well. And the problem is that what Martine is now talking about, that physician that is using it off-label and putting it on Facebook or whatsoever, and it is already mentioned a couple of times. How do you control it? It was also a question a bit earlier. How do you control? I'm the scientific officer, chief scientific or not, or medical, but yeah, and so you wanna keep in control. As a matter of fact, with social media at this moment, even Putin cannot control, so we can't either. Let's be clear on that. It is impossible to control the social media. So we have to deal with it, and you have to manage it as well as good as possible. And I think what Wendy is saying on having that transparent conversations over and over again, and being very proactive on that with also the patient advocacy groups, etc., is the way forward. We need to do it all together. One final question. Anyone?
You was commenting about the difficulties we have when it comes to pediatric research. And I think that this is a very interesting area where we need to develop further this type of programs, because very often we are forced to a kind of research that sometimes it's unethical, we can say, because we are forced to have this placebo control, and it makes no sense for us. So it's also to set up this discussion with the regulatory members in order to make value about this type of programs. No?
Oh, yes. Oh, yes.
Yeah. Yeah. The question that here's on the table is, if I may, is I think we are lacking a globally harmonized approval system. If there's been one placebo-controlled trial somewhere in the world, let's say in the US, why would we then still be in need of other placebo-controlled trials in Europe? And of course, there's a discussion about lactose in Asia, etc. So we all know that there's exceptions, but there's a lot of medicines on which it would not be needed. However, the system is still as it is, and we have to deal with it today. Let go that we can of course fight it, and we can of course try to improve it. What cannot happen today might be possible tomorrow. Okay. Wendy, we cannot hear you. You are on mute.
Thank you. I just wanted to add one closing comment. Another piece of the strong leadership support at the table that we've used is we have a bioethics advisory board. And in the area of EAP, they've been very, very helpful. And I actually worked with them in my previous company on an SMA program. And the pediatric research conversation really made me think about it, because we had moms calling us personally, calling my phone at my desk and saying, my baby is 3 weeks too old for your clinical trial, 3 weeks, and she's going to die if I don't get this drug. And as a, just personally being in that situation, it's incredibly traumatic and debilitating to take that home with you and not be able to help these families in the way that you think you want to. And having ethics support along with scientific researchers and regulatory experts really just brings another view to the table. So I highly recommend that as well.
Yeah, that's a very good idea, Wendy. That's a very good point.
It's super helpful because I think now that we are a bigger company, not so often, but it used to happen very, even me, in my daily life, I say, wow, you have to do it, right? When you receive a letter, right? And then, you and again, here on the Dutch side, it starts when the patient is 18. If your patient is 17 and 11 months, you cannot enroll the patient, okay? There is a rule, and right, but you know what's the difference? A month away from being 18, but that's the rule, and it's super difficult to understand when. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Martine, thank you very much. Wendy, thank you for joining us.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for sharing your knowledge and your experience. We now have lunch. We have lunch at the restaurant till 2 p.m. So see you again at 2. The restaurant that we have, I don't know who stays over here in the hotel, but where the breakfast was as well. Yeah? Okay. You guys are not acknowledging my authority, is it? Too sharp. There was, I think, 2 people here in the room or so. So I really didn't do a great job. It is 2:10. We now start with the next part of this program, the afternoon part. Unfortunately, we have one speaker who had to cancel, but the first speaker is going to make up. That's going to be Tom Smith, who is talking about practical considerations in early access programs, but then more specifically on cell and gene therapies, because there is some key considerations on that one as well that differ a little from regular kind of programs. Tom, please introduce yourselves and give it a go.
Thanks, Jack. Nice to be speaking with you all today. And as Jack said, I'm Tom Smith. I'm the Director of Program Management at Durban, specifically focusing on our expanded access program portfolio. Durban is part of the Uniphar group with a specific focus on getting hard to find and unlicensed medicines around the world. We'll regularly supply to 160 countries around the world, and also Uniphar, being a diversified healthcare services company, means that we can add a lot of added values as well. So as Jack said, the focus of this presentation is on practical considerations. So my background is very operational. So hopefully we can put a slant on how we actually do these things. And initially the scope that we were thinking of presenting on was just to do with cell and gene therapy and some of the challenges there. But actually, as I was going through the presentation, there's a number of challenges that, although they might not all apply to some more run-of-the-mill therapies, if you will, there's certainly hotspots, if you like, through the presentation. So hopefully there'll be something for everybody as I kind of progress through the slides. Just one thing on the term complex therapy. I've used that because it's easier to say than cell and gene therapy, and also it's more widely capturing things such as biologics and personalized medicines, which are becoming more commonplace in pharma. So in terms of the agenda for my talk, hopefully you can just bear with me as I just do one slide on who Durban and Uniphar are, what our interests are, and why we think we are well placed to give a presentation on practical considerations for expanded access, particularly in complex therapies. Then we'll move on to some core considerations, and obviously we could take 2 days just speaking about the considerations. So I've just picked out 5 that I think are particularly important, and 5 where the implications might vary for cell and gene therapy and complex medicines. So managing interest in a novel asset. So how do you manage the plethora of stakeholders that we've heard other speakers mention about reaching out to you to get access to the therapy? How do you manage the program size, both geographically and also in terms of patient numbers? Commonly in rare diseases, there may be a smaller number of patients by definition. However, that does not necessarily mean that the geographical landscape of your program has diminished any. And that in itself has some natural challenges. We then talk about program enrollment, and Robert teed me up quite well just to go into a bit more detail in terms of program enrollment at an institution and a physician level. Supply chain setup. So some of these complex therapies have specific storage and distribution requirements that aren't run-of-the-mill. So how can we set up a supply chain to cater for those needs? And then latterly, the ultimate aim, as we've been discussing, is to have product most widely available, and that is in commercial supply. So where you have an EAP in some territories and a shift to commercial supply, how do we manage that? So just one slide on who Durban are. As I mentioned, we are a global distributor of pharmaceuticals reaching 160 countries. The orange dots you can see are our physical sites. We have 2 sites in the United Kingdom, 1 in Ireland, which gives us our EU coverage, and also a site in the USA. Expanded access, we have experience across a range of therapeutic areas. About 60% of our programs are in the rare disease and complex therapy space. And we do have a unique method in which we set up the programs and a portal, which is the central hub for healthcare professionals to engage with us to be able to access therapies in the program. You can see all the two other business units in there. I'm not going to go into any detail other than to say that they're more reactive in terms of customer requirements, in terms of wholesalers and hospitals, but the expertise that we gain in the on-demand and the aid and development sectors do kind of add a wealth of experience to our shared service functions, such as the quality regulatory teams. I don't want to touch too much on this slide either, because I don't think anybody in this room needs convincing about the importance of expanded access. So I won't touch on all of the points on the slide, but just to kind of highlight to one, which is the increased healthcare provider prescribing confidence. I know that's been touched on already, just that we're not only talking about a new product or a new mechanism of action, we might have revolutionized the way in which a product is handled and administered when we get into complex therapies. That's how it's received at the door, how it's stored, and there might be some complex equipment that needs to be used to be able to administer the therapy. So expanded access, giving that early access, has even more of an impact for those healthcare professionals in giving them access earlier. So just to touch on the first of the core considerations in managing interest in the novel asset. So by definition, when we've got a product that's being considered for expanded access, there is an unmet clinical need. There are patients and healthcare professionals out there that will want access to the product. So the headline of this slide really is the importance of a robust communication plan. Unfortunately, for some companies, the need for that communication plan may be present before they even think about setting up a program. And very often we will be engaging with clients that are engaging with the expanded access program because they have had these requests coming in from patients. So there is a reactive piece. The other element is when will stakeholders reach out to you? So in a typical scenario, healthcare professionals are going to be reaching out and interested in a product from the point that you've got safety and efficacy data. And they've determined that there's a positive risk-benefit ratio for the potential patients for the therapy. In rare disease and in complex therapies, they're very often targeting areas where there's no alternative therapy. So the threshold for the determination of the risk-benefit ratio may be lowered. And therefore, you may be getting stakeholders reaching out to you earlier on in the process than you might for any other asset. Patient advocacy groups, as we know, are very well informed. So they will also have an interest in reaching out to you. And also, in the rare disease space that we work in, we've also had some obscure contact from stakeholders such as lawyers and TV channels, wanting to know about how we operate in the program and who can have access. So you can't always foresee those communications, but it's important to try and plan for them as much as possible. How you plan for them and the information you give can be covered in the program setup, and that might depend on the countries that are in scope for the program. And I'm going to touch on that in the next section. And the information that you can give the different stakeholders varies, and it can be very frustrating when patients reach out, and the most that you can do really is pass them on to their healthcare professional to get some more information. In the world of complex therapies, you may have some additional thoughts to which sites you want to engage with, and there might be some different inclusion criteria. And again, I'll come on to that in more detail, but that may feed up right to the initial interactions with stakeholders. And that should be considered. So in terms of some pointers for success in terms of communication, as I've already said, have a robust communication plan. Determine which countries are in scope and out of scope, and don't just focus too much on those countries that are in scope, because there will be requests from elsewhere. Although you may be determining that you can provide access in a number of countries, patients still exist that need globally, and we need to be able to give them a timely and informed response. Having a trained team that's familiar with expanded access, but then also familiar with the asset with which they are dealing is vital to give that prompt response, to be able to navigate the complex landscape that we're in. And if they're multilingual, then all the better. And then lastly, it's useful to record these interactions so that as a sponsor, you could track where you've got interest in your product, particularly where patients may be fewer and far between. And from an operational level, that means that the people that are dealing with these interactions on a day-to-day basis are recording their learnings and also able to respond more meaningfully if somebody reaches out again. So touching on program size next, both geographically and in terms of patient numbers. And again, I'll come to that global perspective because we want to try and touch as many patients as we can and provide access as widely as possible. Naturally, across the broad spectrum of therapeutic areas and assets which we work, there's going to be a variation in the size of the program. That might be led by the stage of commercial development that the product is at, the epidemiology of disease, and also the appetite of the sponsor company to launch a program. Those factors can very much give the sponsor their desired outcome, and they can come up with some deliverables that they'd like to get from the program. Once we've collected that information, which is very important, because if it's not considered at that stage, it's likely to get missed from the program, we can then put a twist on what do the regulations state in that country. And although it's kind of beyond the scope of this presentation to go into depth about any regulations at all, I just want to touch on some pertinent points that are applicable to complex therapies and more broadly. So in the structured programs that we've heard a bit about today, in the big countries such as France and Germany, the regulations are quite well known, and it might be desirable to do a lot of regulatory intelligence work up front for that market and for that asset. That's particularly true should you be going down a cohort program where you might be entering into a 30 to 120 day process of speaking to regulatory authorities to get access to that product in a cohort program in their country. The output of that discussion with the regulatory authorities for a cohort is very often a list of criteria that need to be met for the patients to have access. And it might also have some operational stipulations in terms of what the pack must look like. So in those situations, overlabeling may be a requirement, and happy to talk about that offline if needs be. But more specifically about overlabeling from a complex therapies perspective, we ourselves have had experience where we're needing to ask, as well as doing the dossier submission, we're needing to ask for exemptions from an overlabeling perspective, just from the sheer practical point that if a product is deep frozen, it's not possible just to go into the freezer, dig out this pack and add a label to it. So having that pragmaticity, if that's a word, with the regulatory authorities during your dossier submissions is critical with these complex therapies. Looking at regulations globally might seem quite daunting, particularly for small biotechs. And with that in mind, a number of companies that we speak to are reluctant to commit the time, money, and resource that's required to map the global landscape for all the markets that they might want to touch upfront, with the risk that no patient will ever avail of the therapy in those markets. So it may be in the sponsor's interest that they want to have a more reactive program. And the benefit for that is that the program can typically get more up and running much quicker. It means that you're able to expand the geography that are in scope, and therefore you're able to touch more patients and your program can go to where the patients are. That means that you have to have a very lean program setup and have in-depth regulatory expertise, because when you receive the request, there is then a different pathway that it has to follow in terms of considering the eligibility for that country, what are the regulations to get it into that country, and what's the supply chain to get it there. So there's two different models that we have experience of, and depending on the asset and the patient spread, depends on how we might handle each country in a given program. As Robert mentioned earlier, there are different regulations that come into play for gene therapy, aside from the run-of-the-mill unlicensed pharmaceutical regulations. There are some further pharmaceutical regulations in given markets, but also there's a couple of other examples that I'd like to use. For example, the data retention requirement for complex therapies within Europe is significantly longer than run-of-the-mill products. And even supplying gene therapy and genetically modified products into Australia then weirdly brings in some agricultural regulations that we've come across. So you're moving way out of just the pharma regulations into something that is in the same category as genetically modified vegetables and animals. And handling that with the sponsor and with the pharma company, and then with the hospital adds another layer of complexity. As we've mentioned already, although some countries may have a set of regulations for the provision of unlicensed medicines, they may not be applicable to gene therapy. The team at Durban are very familiar with that, given the portfolio of programs across which we work, and are very experienced in terms of actively engaging with the government agencies, with the regulatory authorities to find a way. And the encouraging thing from my experience is that they do listen and they do want to find a way to get these therapies to patients. A couple of examples, particularly in Latin America, was a Paraguay government that were very, very nervous about what we were trying to do. And then the process that was followed in Brazil following a legal injunction to authorize access to the patient just wasn't practical for a gene therapy. So again, liaising with the regulatory authority and the government to respect what they are requiring to be done within the country, but then just making sure that it's applicable to the product that we are trying to distribute. So just a few tips, I guess, from a requirements perspective. Have that list of countries that are in scope and out of scope, and expect that to change throughout the program. You know, it's very rarely that it's fixed, and that might map against your commercial plan for the asset. Have a regulatory approach, and as I've said, that might be the defined regulatory approach that you're going to use for the country. Or it might be the fact that you don't know, you want to give access to patients more widely. So having a process that accommodates for that more reactive approach. Understand the epidemiology of your disease. So understand where patients are. And from my experience, you know, the market access teams in particular in companies have that under great control. And then a couple of things that I've not touched on in this slide so far, but I just wanted to put a note. I'm going to come to them in a couple of slides' time. In terms of shipping practicalities and pack requirements. Now, how does that inform the supply chain? And does that, by necessity, rule some countries more in scope rather than out of scope? So now looking at enrolment into an EAP. This is probably one of the most important parts of the Expanded Access Programme. From a pharmaceutical company's perspective, it gives you the control through your inclusion and exclusion criteria. It's also the part of the process that is the most demanding upon the healthcare professional. So if that's too intensive for the healthcare professional to do it, they may be reluctant to engage with the program. As I've mentioned, we do that through an online portal, and you'll see some of the benefits of that as I talk through the rest of this slide. So although all programs have an element of inclusion and exclusion criteria, the complexity of that for a gene or cell therapy, complex therapy, may be slightly different. So in a traditional expanded access program, it's very much at the patient level that you are interested in the inclusion and exclusion criteria. As was mentioned earlier, that might need to be done at an institution level from physically handling the product, right? If you have a product that's transported at deep freeze, or if there's a need to turn around the product very quickly. For example, if the product needs to be with the patient within 24 hours from order, is the hospital pharmacy open 24 hours? Can you get it there in time for the therapy? If there's specific requirements from a handling perspective, is everybody in that pharmacy trained to be able to receive that therapy? Or do you need to coordinate with that site to have somebody in particular on shift with the pharmacy on that day that you're going to be shipping? From a physician perspective, there may be a novel way in which the disease state is diagnosed. There may be a novel way in which the product is physically administered. So therefore, it might be in the sponsor's interests to mandate a particular professional experience, or which I'll come on to in a moment in terms of training at an institution and a physician level. We've already touched on earlier about the concept of a hub program. This is something we have direct experience of. And this is where you may have an institution or a physician, even with the best will in the world, they want to be able to provide access at their site. But because of the requirements of the asset or the practicalities of the program, it's not possible. So then you're moving into moving patients rather than moving product. And that throws a different slant on things. And there's three ways that it might happen. That's domestically. So you may move patients from one city to the next. Internationally, to a country where the product is also unlicensed, and then you're in the unlicensed realm. An interesting one is when the patient's then going to move to a country where it's commercialized. And depending on the level of support that you want to provide as a sponsor, adds the complexities there because the supply chain is already set up in that commercial country. The infrastructure is already set up. So how does that international patient engage, particularly if it's not one of the well-known international establishments that will routinely take international patients? As I've mentioned, the training may need to cover different aspects of the program. And just to touch on a few ways which the training might be delivered. It may just be literature, which can be emailed out. It may be made available online. There may be videos. There may be a need to have a video conference, so healthcare to healthcare professional interaction. Or, as we've seen in a couple of our programs, there's a need to actually visit the site and show them what the product looks like, take them through where they're going to store it in their pharmacy, give the physician the reassurance that it's okay to be using that therapy. And so that when the product comes and the time comes for them to treat the patient, that they are as confident as they can be. In terms of the patient, there's not much difference between a non-complex therapy and a complex therapy, apart from the amount of data that might be required to make a determination of eligibility. And you may move into needing to see blood test results, specific diagnostic tests, and that might need samples being sent to a specific lab, depending on how specific that diagnostic test is to the therapy. So that's a lot in terms of inclusion and exclusion criteria, what data you might collect and what you want the criteria to be. The next thing is making the decision. So who within the service providers organization or the sponsors organization is competent to make that decision? And how do you set up a robust, streamlined communication channel so that it gets from the initial point of entry, which will no doubt be managed by one person, and get to the decision maker and back again? We do that again through our online system, and through a couple of clicks of the button, it cascades its way up and down the decision tree. It could equally be done as a paper-based exercise and email. Just one more comment on eligibility before I go on to these tips on the slide, is that the criteria, although there might be fixed criteria, depending on the time that it takes for the patient to be diagnosed, for diagnostic tests to be done, the patient may move into and out of eligibility. So you may get a window at which the patient is eligible and you need to act very quickly within that window. Example would be weight-based dosing. In a child, weight varies very, very much. So you've got a very defined time period to be able to get this product around the world. Reorders is a similar thing. If the requirements for the dosage or the pack vary throughout the course of therapy, and that's true across any asset. So in terms of how we can practically make this work, have a clearly defined registration or enrollment flow, clear roles and responsibilities within that. Don't expect too much from the frontline person that's speaking to the healthcare professional every day. Have that clear communication up to the medical folk. Also, there might be technical inquiries that come in during this process, more so for complex therapies. Have a place for those to go as well. Think about the data requirements, and we've heard real-world data being talked about a lot today, so I'm not going to go into that. This is more about data collection to get the information you need to make that decision. Is a patient eligible or not, or is a site eligible or not? And then you can justify that in the data protection requirements for the program. Uniquely for complex, or almost uniquely, you might have more intensive institution requirements. Document those along with the physician training requirements and make them visible. It's sometimes an awkward conversation when you're speaking to a key opinion leader that's an expert in their field and telling them that they need to do some training. They might not like that too much. So be transparent, be open about it, and manage that conversation sensibly. Speed of decision. No, patients don't want bureaucracy. They want their decision to be cascaded up to the decision maker and back down as quickly as possible. Even more important where there's a time frame around getting the therapy to them. And if it can be done through a user-friendly platform, then again, that is helpful. So moving on to the fourth consideration, which is supply chain. And the headline statement here is finding the balance between a central and local supply chain with inventory control and supply, the speed of delivery that's required. So what do I mean about that? So a centralized supply chain would be where you might have one distribution hub. Why might you do that? You may have low volume of stock, so you're going to risk stock outages at a localized model. You might not know where your patients are, so therefore it's sensible to hold stock in one place. The localized model may be used where there might be timing required to get product to the patient. So we've been speaking to clients where even a 6-hour window is critical to get the products there. Is that possible even just with a short haul flight? And again, that feeds into the institution selection criteria. Another reason that a localized model may be used from a supply chain perspective is if you expect a particularly high patient volume in a given country, and even more so if there's a specific SKU or overlabeled pack for that country. And that may reduce on freight costs and just practically make that more straightforward. In terms of storing the product and moving it around the place, I've alluded to this already, that the complex therapies can come with some complex storage requirements. Deep freeze. Are all the hubs able to cope with that requirement? Are all the couriers able to cope with that requirement? And also, it's a very high touch exercise to get that product from the distribution center to the hospital without running into problems with dry ice top-ups, customs delays, all the usual stuff. As we move towards a personalized therapy world, and it's another one that one of our programs does have, you've got the product which is either manufactured or packaged to order based on the information that you've gained about the patient. That requires even slicker communication between us as a service provider and the client, and getting that through to their manufacturing plant to make sure that that product is available in the timeline that's required. So the point is on the right-hand side of the slide here. As I've already mentioned, the shipping requirements, make sure that they're well documented, validate the shipping lanes, understand how long it's going to take you to get to different areas of the world, particularly if you're doing the regulatory work up front. Why not add the operational and supply chain aspect onto that exercise as well? Have control of your stock and be able to forecast. And the importance of that is going to come up in the next slide when I talk about program transition. Have control of the sites and have a compliant infrastructure. So what you're not really wanting as a vendor is separate inventory management systems, although that might be a necessity depending on the global locations. But having a single view of where your stock is and how much is there is really important. The pack and the storage information. So have you got one SKU? Have you got multiple SKUs? And speed of delivery. The last point that I'll make on this slide is that you may set out with a centralized supply chain, just as you may set out with one set of inclusion criteria. Expect that to change through your program and don't be resistant to the change. If you set out the program and you expect a modest number of patients in a given country, and all of a sudden there's a huge increase in a given market, don't be afraid of changing your model to set up a local distribution hub. If that's going to benefit the patient, from your side, it'll benefit you from a cost effectiveness perspective. And talking of change, it brings me on to my penultimate slide, which is the last consideration, which is program transition. Very commonly, we'll talk about a program exit, so from your EAP, hopefully into commercialized supply. But also there might be these transitions within the program. Reasons for transition might be the example I've just given about a large number of patients in a given territory. You may have started with a clinical pack before you've got any global approval, then you get your approval in the US, then you want to start using your FDA pack. You may be necessitated to by the regulatory requirements. Then as your commercialization plan goes on and you get a European pack, there might be another transition there. As well as the physical pack that may change throughout the course of the program, the label that is given to the product in each of those jurisdictions might be different. So therefore, you may be needing to tweak your inclusion and exclusion criteria as you go through the program, particularly if your program is lasting across a number of years. Despite all those reasons for change and the implications of change, communication is at the heart of making it a success, so that all stakeholders within the process are aware of the change ahead of time. They know the reason for the change, and then they can act upon it. Just to keep with the theme of complex therapies, one or two thoughts in terms of transition. Inventory management can be more complex if you only have a small inventory of product. The risk of stock outage is much higher. The cost of goods is much higher. So you've got to get that balance of not having a stock outage at the point of transition, but equally, you don't want a lot of stock that you then can't use at the end of the program, which has a high COGS value. And lastly, the time is of the essence. So if you're in a chronic treatment pattern where you've got, and the physicians are ordering on a 3-monthly cycle, it's quite nice. You can tell them, with their previous order that the next order will be their last one, and it goes on. If you're in a rare disease space or a complex therapy space where you're getting not even a week's notice before the patient is identified and then needs to get therapy, that transition is much more complex. The communication at the time that a patient enrolls might be much more intensive, and it's not as clean cut as if you've got this very happy sinusoidal wave of ordering pattern, which is predictable. So just in terms of how do we best manage transitions, and like I say, much of this is applicable across the board. Have that communication plan, identify what stakeholders need to know what information. Forecast your number of patients expected and also the stock requirements as you approach that transition. Therefore, you can get that balance of making sure that everybody's got the stock that they require whilst minimizing wastage. If it's for a pack change, make it very clear why there's the pack change requirement. And if that changes the language on the pack, then think about, do you want to provide a local language patient information leaflet with it? I've mentioned the no stock outage. Consider the shipping lane lead times. So if you've got a 24-hour cutoff for getting product to a patient, that obviously gives you a much shorter window for the successful transition. And the steer behind a successful transition, particularly into your commercial supply, but also predicting when you might want to change product, is that timeline for commercialization. So be open with stakeholders in the expanded access program space about the commercialization intention of the asset. And that can give you a forward planning tool to be able to preempt a lot of these considerations. So to summarize, and then happy to take any questions, the core considerations, particularly for rare disease and complex therapies, but as I said, some of these or multiple of these may be applicable across the board, is that there may be patient healthcare professional demand for a product at an earlier stage of the product life cycle. So typically before you may have considered expanded access. Patients in the rare disease space are more than ever getting information about products and voicing their opinion on what therapies they should have access to. Regulatory considerations may differ, and that's not just the pharmaceutical regulations. We're also touching on data protection regulations and others. The lower number of patients in rare disease programs might change the operational infrastructure. So you may be more inclined to go for a centralized supply chain due to patient numbers, due to limited inventory, than a localized model for a high volume program. The complexity of the disease and product can increase the complexity of the inclusion and exclusion criteria. So making sure that you're very targeted with the information that you have, be clear about who's making the decision and why they're making that decision. And despite having to potentially get an increased volume of information, making sure that that process is still as streamlined as any other program. Complex therapies can have complex storage requirements and shipping requirements. That can make the supply chain even harder to set up and manage, both in the upfront period, but then also managing these shipments on a day-to-day basis. And then the program exit needs to be tailored depending on whether it's a one-time therapy, repeat therapy, what's the speed at which that product needs to get to the patient. So that's me. Happy to take any questions that you may have.
Questions? Anyone?
Well, thank you. That was very interesting, first of all. Just a small question relatively at the beginning. You said be always prepared, have communication in place in case some patient requests something out of the scope of the country. So what usually on a practical level happens then if you set up the program for a country, I don't know, Italy, and then
yeah, great question. So one of the first things that I look to understand when I'm speaking to a client is what's the status quo? Have they already got an expanded access policy? Are they already receiving communications, or are we starting from scratch? Communications can come in at any point. So it's probably the thing that I'd prioritize to start with. Whilst you're setting up your program, have a communication. It might just say, yes, we're looking at an expanded access program. We don't know the full scope yet. We can let you know once we know. In practical terms, once you've then set up the program, I'd like to segment the stakeholders that may contact you. And that might be just high level. It might be general public, healthcare professional. Or if we've got a particularly public program where we know that there's going to be a lot of interest, we'll also be thinking about what if a lawyer reaches out to us? What if the press reach out to us, which has happened, both for in-scope countries and out-of-scope countries. The justification over the decisions you've made as a sponsor, be open about them, and that makes bad news better news to take. And also, if just to the hub and the international play, if a product is available in a country, you can say that. And then the patient has the option to travel. Obviously, that depends at the stage of development that the product is.
But if not, basically, there's a lot of communication phase, but basically means if the patient comes out and has a request outside of the scope, he's not helped.
No, and that's always going to be the case, unfortunately. But pharma companies aren't going to be able to help everybody all the time. The worst thing you can do is be quiet about it. But that's the point that I mentioned in terms of the limitation of having too much of a scope, in scope, out of scope. And saying, right, we're going to do the upfront work on these 5 countries. Everybody else, I'm sorry, but we can't. If you have that reactive element to the program, if the sponsor has the stock and the resource and can afford to do that, having that reactive element to the program, it might mean instead of being able to get the patient the product in a week, it might take a month because you need to think through the regulations and what it means for that country. But that reactive element, we've found, sponsors have been able to facilitate access to more patients than they initially planned because we've got that reactive element. We're not saying it's not in scope. It's then how do we do that? And very much the work that we do is how do we make it happen?
Any further questions? A lot of thoughts, I see. No further questions. Okay. Tom, if you have a minute.
Sure.
We're here to learn from each other, is it? Robert, could you come forward as well, please? And Graham, could you as well? Come on, join us. And Tom, could you join as well? These 3 are very knowledgeable people that have a lot of experience on early access programs, on how to run them, how to organize them. And they've shared a lot of their ideas and of their experiences with you this morning and just now, Tom. And I think it's really, really important that we try to use that knowledge and experience as much as possible. Graham, what is the thing that you've learned from either Robert or Tom? this morning or this afternoon?
Yeah, plenty. I mean, we're all like-minded colleagues in the sense that we want to do our best primarily based around the patient and having that positive impact on patients and families around the world. Clearly, there are some nuances to expanded early access programs, and it's great to get a few extra insights. I think particularly with the specialist therapy, we can hear about the logistical considerations, cold chain, et cetera, and something that organizations like ours work really, really hard to pull together, because sending -80-degree product to all corners of the world isn't easy. So it's great to get some insights from that, and equally looking at like more of a commercial perspective, and some of the broader considerations from Robert's presentation was really, really insightful. And I think the thing that stood out for me is a median time for approval and the vast variance from country to country, which just really accentuates the need to be providing access to patients in need, really. So plenty of insights and learnings, and yeah, always welcome spending time with like-minded colleagues for sure.
Cool. Thank you. Tom, you joined this morning as well here in the program? Yes, you did. How about you? How was it for this morning?
Yeah, again, I'd echo Graham's comments that we're all here to do a good job, and we've all got a slightly different way of doing it. So, hearing the Bionicle insights into map it, really having an emphasis on that data collection and mapping that against the clinical work that's being done, and the CRO background lends that itself to them. From Robert's presentation, again, the commercial aspect, Robert and I have worked together before, it's worth noting. So, we know each other a bit closer than perhaps others.
He has a big smile.
I'll take the story for a minute.
But no, so, like I say, for me, there's 3 service providers here that can all do a good job. We've all got a slightly different way of doing it. And the client base probably shows that from what they're trying to get. So a lot to be learned from all 3, hopefully. So really insightful.
Thank you, Robert. Do you agree that the 3 of you, that there is a little bit of differences between the 3 of you? Is that in the approach, or is it because there's a couple of people from pharma and they're curious to know, of course.
Yeah. Look. If you get 3 people doing the same thing, there's going to be more similarities than there are differences. And I think that if you get 3 people doing the same thing, you're always going to be more similarities than there are differences. For me, what we had today was a really good explanation of real-world data, a really good explanation of some of the intricacies around the supply chain piece. But look, we all want to put the patient first, and I know we're just saying that, but kind of I'm too old not to do something in my life that is A, fun, and B, makes a difference. And I think all of us would say, this is why we do this area. I'm not going to comment. I know you too well. But look, I would urge any vendor, and I was over lunchtime, go and talk to different vendors, because actually the process of talking to different people will help you shape what you want. And that process and open communication is always worthwhile.
Thank you. Is there anyone here who would like to ask a question to one of these 3? Yeah.
Thank you. So my name's Dawn de Brunner from V4 Pharma, and I'm actually in clinical operations. So EAPs is slightly new for me, and it might be a very easy question. So forgive, but we recently had a submission from a HCP in Italy, and they were requesting information on what we should put down the information for an EU legal representative. And in clinical trials, we have to nominate an EU legal representative. And I was wondering, is that the same person for EAPs, or was that specific to Italy? Or because I don't know what the answer was. And we ended up putting our EU legal representative for our clinical studies. But actually, I don't know, are we meant to have one for managed access programs?
Well, that's a very specific question. And now the question is, who's knowledgeable on Italy? Who?
Let me start and they can get me right.
Graham wants to.
I'm first going to put the disclaimer. It kind of depends which program you do in Italy. There's different ways of doing it. If you've done the program I think you've done, I would have done the same thing. You may have had the choice to do it under your commercialized operations as well. But it does depend on the individual program. Graham?
Yeah, agree. There are 3 different mechanisms for early access in Italy for starters. So it depends upon which route you take, whether that's sort of the named patient or the more cohort pathway. Really, what the health authority are looking for is some form of contact. And yes, absolutely, it can be legal. That's fine. Sometimes that comes from different functions within the business. Medical are often a reference point as well. I know Lisa will be able to help me out here a little bit, but I know our medical team reference points on the Italian protocols. Does that answer your question?
Tom?
Yeah, generally, I don't believe so. So, you know, we've got examples of programs where, you know, it's a US pharma company that haven't yet got an EU presence, and that's not prohibited supply. So I think Graham's point was a really good one about understanding if you're being asked for a contact, why are they wanting that contact and for what purpose? Is it for medical triage? Is there a need for a legal company based on the specific mechanism that you're using? Broad brush strokes, as you can see, there's complexities all around the place in terms of across the countries. Broad brush strokes, I don't believe that's a requirement.
Thank you very much. My name's Joshua Beck from Kyowa Kirin. When I reflect on this morning, at times we've spoken about everything all together as one, and other times it's been more distinct, particularly around investigational medicines or the provision of unlicensed medicines. And in my mind, I'd like to know if I'm right or wrong, that is there a big distinction between an investigational medicine, something that hasn't been licensed anywhere ever, or the provision of a medicine in a country where it's not licensed for that indication? Should I be thinking of those very differently, or are they similar?
So it's a really good question. So I think if you go back to the notion of having a clinical pack, that means you're probably earlier in your product life cycle than if you've got a commercial pack available. So there, the biggest difference from a HCP perspective is going to be confidence in product. So therefore, they might be coming with different questions. There might be less information on the web, so to speak, for them to make a decision. At a country level, the regulations that are used between a totally unlicensed pack versus a licensed pack somewhere, and then within the EU, a licensed pack in a different member state, for example, are different. So the simple answer is access is possible. It's then just understanding which mechanism you're then using, depending on the exact situation that you end up in, depending at the time in that product development cycle. So you should always be thinking yes to access. It's then just when you get down to operationalizing that program, which boxes you're ticking on forms and what the requirements are at a very granular level.
Ultimately, there are probably 3 categories, actually. You have globally unlicensed, so it's not available everywhere. And there's a set of regulatory pathways where you can access a product through that mechanism. You then have, I think we heard earlier today that often products are available in the US before they are in the rest of the world. Once it's commercially available in a given country, actually you can access the product through different regulatory mechanisms. We would still term that, as I referred to earlier, early access, but in reality it has a completely different name, and that will be very differently badged in different countries. I think the final category is the one that you alluded to, where you have a product which is available in a given indication. And this is very common, by the way, and there's ongoing research for that product to be available in a new indication. You know, most products now have multiple indications, right? And again, you'd employ a slightly different set of, be it commercial or early access routes to enable access to that product. And that will vary considerably from country to country. But I think you are right in your thinking. You should look at the regulatory routes in a slightly different way. But, you know, to the point just here, actually, if you're thinking about access collectively, you probably look at it in a similar manner at the very least.
Just love that separation. It's the one we use. I'd add one tweak on it. Within Europe, you've got that piece after the European approval, but before the commercial launch, which you don't really have outside of Europe. The one thing I would substantively add to that, to the discussion, would be for each country, you should have in your planning a very clear point as what triggers you moving from one regulatory type of program to the next. Because sometimes that's triggered by someone in your company and you as the EAP project manager don't know about it, which is bad. So what are those trigger points? And some of those triggers, you've got some flexibility of when you trigger them yourselves. So for each of that, build that in. So part of the project plan should be your supply chain plan that sits behind that as well. And I have to say, when you do one, supply chain absolutely love it as well, because it's giving them clarity of what you want to use on a what stage.
Final question. Here we go. 1 second.
Hi, thanks. Nick Melling from Fingerpost Market Access Consulting Group. Just a question for the panel on if the worst case scenario happens and the product doesn't meet expectations or fails or withdrawn from the market, have you got any top tips on how to manage that collateral damage when you unfortunately have to remove a product from an EAP or from a conditional marketing approval?
Top tip 1, plan for the worst case scenario. Have that plan somewhere in your hard drive. So start those conversations, so it's a valid conversation to start to have. Top tip 2, I would be really engaged with the community. So particularly the patient advocacy groups and also the physicians. And in the patient advocacy groups, I will tell one example of where the company felt reluctant to go to the disease particular advocacy groups in advance because they felt it was so sensitive and would leak out to the market very quickly. So they did the very sensible thing. They went to the umbrella groups, briefed the umbrella groups under CDAs, got that level of feedback so they could do rapid dissemination down to disease-specific ones with some level of patient input afterwards. So that was a really nice idea of how to do it.
Yeah, absolutely. Look, this happens a lot, by the way, because you're talking about investigational medicines and more don't make it to the market than make it to the market. So there's a couple of distinctions. And, you know, we've all observed phase 3 trials either not meeting their primary endpoint or having some form of safety or adverse event that comes as a result of it that's discovered through the clinical pathway. I think if it's the latter, you know, you need to ask swiftly so you cause no harm to patients that may be on what is still an investigational medicine. But actually, most of the time, you have products which are withdrawn from commercial plans because it didn't meet the primary endpoint, possibly a neutral endpoint. And in which case, it might just be a few points around the p-value. What typically happens in that instance is that the healthcare professional makes the medical decision as to whether they feel that that patient is deemed to be gaining benefit from the use of that investigational medicine or not. And it's still viable to continue access until there are suitable alternatives. So it does depend on the circumstance. But of course, if there's known harm, swift operations to ensure that patients are withdrawn quickly as I say, might not be the case for most of them. And lots of healthcare professionals, especially in oncology, hematology, and the balance, will think that keeping the patient on product may have overall the pros outweigh the cons, if you like.
Closing word is yours.
Just a couple of points to add, really. So I suppose following on from Graham, I think that stopping access isn't necessity just because you've missed an endpoint, and you may be seeing clients going after a slightly different label. So, in that sense, access continues. Also got experience where, access has been given for a period of time. And then unfortunately, just recently, they then had to close down access. So I think it depends on the number of patients that we're talking about, the criticality to their health. And then also, from a commercial perspective, can you afford to keep producing the drug or not? But be very open, be very transparent with people, because as I said earlier, bad news is bad news, but if you're very transparent, then that makes it better. I mean, in terms of principles of how it's managed, the last slide that I just went through there can be applied to either if it's successful or not successful in terms of the clinical trial.
Tom, thank you very much. Robert, Graham, thanks. Thanks very much. You see. And now something weird's going to happen, because now I'm going to give a small presentation myself. So I'm going to announce myself. No, I'm not. Actually, I'm here and I'm trying to help and guide you for today and tomorrow, and gain a lot of knowledge and, well, use the experience that all of these people have for 15 years, 10 years, whatever. Because I think it's very important that we are willing to share our knowledge and experience and not be afraid of that, be very open and transparent and learn from each other, which might allow more people, specifically also more pharma biotech companies, to use that pathway. Because, yeah, it has been mentioned already a couple of times this morning. There's a bit of fear. You want to keep control. You want to know what's happening. You want to control the data, etc. As a matter of fact, this morning I already told a little bit about where I come from and the situation that I came from, and that caused that about 10 years ago I stepped into this industry, 11 years ago now, and well, it's been a very interesting route, because when I stepped in, I was just a consumer. And you know that the attitude in general of a consumer towards pharma industry is that there's a distrust and a dislike and, well, etc. Fill it in yourselves. So when I started, I really distrusted the industry. And then over time, gradually, I gained a better understanding, which was also a combination of getting more knowledgeable about what is happening and what is the pros and the cons that you as a company need to weigh up. But it's also that a lot has been changing over time. Over the last 10 years, the attitude in the industry, but also the attitude with regulators globally, is rapidly changing. And for that reason, and by the way, if any of you has any questions, either today or next week or so, that's my email address. Feel free to send me an email or to link at LinkedIn or so. But I was super happy to see, because when 10 years ago I started with the first company, which was mainly focused on making clinical studies more accessible, which is called My Tomorrows. Later on, decided to create the social network together with a number of co-founders, which Katrien, who's sitting over there, is one. And Katrien is my safety net. She's having a legal background, and so she's knowledgeable on that. But over time, I gradually saw that the attitude of many of the biotech and pharma companies was changing. And about, I think, 2-3 years ago or so, there was one of the surveys of many that I could show that showed that the percentages of pharma companies and biotech companies that were discussing early access programs, that were having the discussions on are we going to initiate that, are we going to start it or not, had grown tremendously. It was really great to see. And that is something that, because this was about 2018, that has moved along. Because I don't know whether you've noticed, but Novartis is quite a biggie. And Novartis, for instance, last year announced that they're going to use the early access programs not just only in the way that we've discussed over here now this morning and so far, but they also intend to use it for the low middle income countries. And it has been touched upon a little bit, because I think Robert spoke about that we mainly focus, of course, on the US first, and then Europe, and then most of the time it's then Australia, for instance, and okay, then there's the rest of the world. There's quite a bunch of people over there, by the way. But so it is really interesting to see that Novartis has now strategized on using the early access programs and the methodology of the early access programs to create access in low and middle income countries for much needed medicines. And that is touching on the topic of, and some of you mentioned it this morning, on the topic of that there's many medicines that never get an approval, never get market access in Africa or somewhere in Asia, or I think China does it now. Has it approved Keytruda? I think it was a year ago or so. Took them 7 years or so, or is it not even? I don't know by the top of head, but it just stipulates that a country like China, it's an exploding wealth over there. There's a lot of people over there, and even a medicine, an immunotherapy like Keytruda, which is really life-saving on many conditions, is not even available or hardly available in such a country. And that's all over Asia, and not to speak about Africa or Latin America. Well, it's really great that the big companies, as well as smaller companies, are more and more open to this discussion and more open to strategizing on it. The starting point, however, because it's often about what is the point that you start your thinking. And of course, we are professionals all over here. We have our responsibilities. We have our jobs, we have our titles, we have our business cards. From that responsibility, the first thing you look at is what is the value for pharma? What is the value for my company? What is the value of shareholders of the company? What is Wall Street going to think about? And that's at least what's on the mind of your CEO, most probably. And so the first thing as a starting point in the discussions is what is the value for us? And then it goes even further, because then you say, well, yeah, what's the value for us compared to the competition? Because we might be earlier, we might be faster. I still remember the discussions. There was 2 pharma companies, not to be named. One had Keytruda and the other one had Opdivo. And when they entered the market, it's about 6-7 years ago, top of it. I think it was at that moment, we all thought it was comparable, kind of. And it started on melanoma. And everyone thought it was comparable. And the question was, who's going to be the first one in the market? Because he will have the main piece of the market. We now know that Opdivo and Keytruda are very different, but anyways, and the results are different. But at that time, we all thought it is comparable products. And then it was also the discussion on within the 2 companies, if we start early access programs, we might be ahead of the competition. And so then still the starting point is, what is the value for us? It's nothing to do with health. It is about the value for the shareholders, the stock market. It's not a bad thing, but we need to be aware of it. And then we're making our spots. We analyze what is the strength, what could it bring us, what is the threats, what's our fears, how can we control our fears, how can we control data, what happens if the product doesn't show the results that we expect to, like what just asked. And shall we then take it off the market again? And of course, it has complications. Let's be clear, we cannot just neglect if a product does not show, like in the ALS example earlier today, if a product does fail, also in early access programs, it rapidly goes along. All these people, all these patients, all these physicians, they know in an instant because we have the networks, the social networks, they know it. So we need to be careful. We need to make our SWOT analysis, but it should not be the only guidance that we have. Then it could be about reputation and positioning. It is, of course, Novartis announces such programs and strategizing on such programs in low middle income countries as part of their positioning. They make sure that it gets in the headlines of all the newspapers. And it is not a bad thing. However, be careful about that you try to focus too much on that it should add a value towards your positioning. Because that is not the main reason why you do early access programs. Actually, at some point, you want to have the discussion about what is the value for patients and their treating physicians. Because that is what it is about. It is about, we already have medicines. There's a lot of people, you're working in pharma. We already have products in the market. These products are good. These products help people. These are valuable. However, if there's other products that might be better, that might show better results, there's additional value. It might even be the difference between life and death, or it might be the difference between a life really debilitating and really difficult and really struggling, or slightly better quality of life. So we try to make medicines sooner available for people because we hope to help improve their lives. And then the question is, do we then really want to know what people want? Or are we just at the end of all the conversations and all the discussions and all the weighing up the pros and the cons, then as a final topic, the topic of the value for patients and physicians comes on the table? Is that the end or is it the start? And it's a mind shift. And it looks like it's only a small difference, but it's a huge difference. This girl is Abigail. And I could name a number of people as an example of things that happened that changed my life or the course of my life. Abigail was a 19-year-old student in Washington. And she just joined at a university for 2 or 3 months. And then all of a sudden, she was diagnosed with cancer, a rare type of cancer. And she passed away only 8 months later. And the unfortunate thing was, there was a medicine at that moment in clinical study, which might have saved her life. But the manufacturer was too afraid for the regulations, for what might happen, what the FDA might do if there would be strange side effects, if there would be not the results that they hoped for. So the manufacturer was, despite lots of conversations, not willing to give access to this medicine, and the girl passed away. Her father, together with a couple of friends, started the Abigail Alliance for Better Access. And this Abigail Alliance is one of the initiators of the Right to Try Act in the United States, which now, after many years of fights in all the different states, has been approved about 2 years ago. I'm at the board of that Abigail Alliance already for a number of years. And that, what was it that that girl needed? What was it what her family needed? What was it that my friend needed that I told you about this morning? And that is for me the starting point. This is a picture of at some other event with a friend of mine. And he is extremely focused on consumer behavior. So he is always trying to find data points, different data points from clinical studies, data points on what is the behavior of consumers. And he's focused at the traveling industry. And everything his company does is based on data. They're pivoting their way forward, now already for over 20 years, pivoting their way forward, trying and trying and changing and trying based on the behavior of these consumers. Actually, his company is called Booking.com. And Booking.com just only has hotels. You use it. Actually, I don't need to tell. Hotels, cars, whatever, everything you need when you're traveling. Assume that we would take that approach, because this is all of the hotels that he has on his website. Let's put it differently, because we want to find it easily. We want to find it in London, and we want to find it in the north of London, or the west of London, or the east of London. Well, that is how we ranked it. And we want to find it at a certain price level or so. And maybe we need a car, and well, etc. All of it based on what is the behavior of consumers. What is the behavior of a patient? Is the behavior of a patient, oh, let's see, and go to this pharma company, or to that pharma company, or to that CRO? They don't have a clue. They don't know Graham, they don't know Robert, they don't know me, they don't know all of us. They don't have a clue. They just have been diagnosed with a disease, whether it's breast cancer or whatever. What is it then that they would be looking for? Well, that is, as a matter of fact, kind of the way of thinking that we should implement in all of the ways we present programs, we design programs. It's completely different. It's really not anymore the starting point is we as an industry, and we need these data. Yes, we can include them, because be careful, huh? All these hotels that are on that Booking.com, they also want to have their visitors. They also want to have good rates. They also want to, etc., etc. So there's a whole, let's say, B2B business behind it, which is super well organized. However, it is not put in front of you as a consumer. No, it happens in the back. And as a matter of fact, in the front, everything is fully focused on how do you need the information? How do you want it to be organized? Where do you need it? At what place? It's completely different thinking. Well, that's actually what we've tried at the Sociometric as well. It is nothing more or nothing less than a kind of a marketplace, a kind of a Booking.com, where you can find all kinds of treatments in early access that you might benefit from as a patient together with your treating physician. And then your question might be, yeah, and how do you supply then? Oh, by the way, we mainly, your question was a very good question. We at this moment mainly focus on medicines that are somewhere approved in the world, because it makes it a little bit more easy. It's the low-hanging fruit. There's a lot of people in urgent need that are fighting their diseases, and the low-hanging fruit is just in front of us. Not making it too complex with including all of the early access programs right away that are still in clinical studies, etc., but focusing at this moment on the ones that are somewhere approved in the world, which is on oncology, often United States. But as a matter of fact, we bring lots of medicines to the United States, to Harvard, to Mayo clinics, because they're only approved in Japan on, for instance, on ALS, or they're only approved in Europe. And these products that we have, they could come from directly from the pharmaceutical company. They could come from international wholesalers. They could come from programs of Graham, Robert, Sam. We don't care. At the front, yeah, it needs to be organized properly. But what we care about is the front, is make it easy for consumers to find it. And all of the challenges, regulatory challenges, legal challenges, responsibilities, cold chain, minus X degrees in the middle of Africa. Well, been there, done it. And yeah, it's complex. But we don't want to talk about the complexity. We want to talk about the chances it gives people. And we have to organize in the back how it works. I don't know how it's with you. I love driving cars. As a matter of fact, my dad, when he went to the garage with his car about 40 years ago or so, he wanted to know exactly what they were doing, the engineers in his car. And he knew exactly, and I still remember at one point we were in Germany, going on a holiday to Italy, and then the car was broken and he fixed it himself. Well, to be honest, it would be impossible for me. I don't have a clue what's in my car. I just know how to drive it, and that's all. And that's fine with me because I know how to use it. Good. It's not only the way we present it for consumers, focused on the consumers, focused on the patients, and making sure that these patients can have their conversations with their physicians and jointly make decisions. We also help these patients to talk with peer patients. We help physicians talk with peer physicians. We at some point have a physician in Manila who wants to, for the first time, use a treatment that he's never used before, and who reaches out, and we connect him with a physician in Boston, and they chat with each other. And the one physician explains to the. So it's not only to get medicines, it's also a social network where people can connect with each other and gain knowledge with each other. We also go to consumer places where people are. So if we have something to tell about a new approval in the US on breast cancer, well, then we go to a place where people are looking at that might be suffering from breast cancer. Like here in Australia, in a morning show where they are talking about flowers and they're talking about the kids going to school again, etc. They're talking about all of the topics that they have in their daily lives. And unfortunately, being ill is a topic that is also part of our daily lives. I think all of us have people in our circle of friends or families that are suffering from something that we are worried about. It is part of life. So we shouldn't put it at some strange place. No, put it in front of the people and discuss openly and transparently. And can we afford, because you might think, oh, but that might be advertising. Well, it's not, we are never advertising any medicine. We don't want to, because we don't care about whether physicians choose medicine A, B, or C. We're completely independent, but we try to help them gain knowledge and make well-informed decisions on the best possible treatments that are around in the world. And this year, the numbers of visitors is growing exponentially. This year, we expect that the unique number of visitors, being patients and physicians, who are trying to gain knowledge about, because as with Booking.com, we do lots of surveys all the time. We ask them all kinds of questions. So we know what percentage is looking for early access programs. We know what percentage of people is looking for charged early access programs. We know how many people are looking for clinical studies. We know that people are looking for centers of excellence in their country, or specific physicians, expert physicians in their country, or peer-to-peer patient groups. And so we know a lot about all of these patients. And now, this year, we expect that over 10 million of these people will visit us from around the world. Just imagine, 10 million. And just to give you a clue, we've already helped and supported patients and their physicians to get access to medicines unapproved in their country where they live in more than 90 countries. And yes, there's a huge diversity in all of these regulatory approval systems and the import regulations that you need to use, etc. but it is possible. There's always a way. And it's just a matter of finding the right way. And now the question is, you know, all of these people, all of these patients, we were talking about data and how can we secure data. And I'm afraid that there might be data out there in the streets, or it might be a physician that puts it on Facebook, or the problem is we cannot avoid anymore. It is part of our lives. You yourself use it as well, whether it's Facebook or LinkedIn or whatever. And if it's not you yourself, then it's for sure your kids or someone else in the family. We all get influenced strongly by what is said on Twitter, Facebook, etc. We are strongly influenced. And these patients in these 90 countries and more, they have strong influence as well. And that is what is shifting gears. You're seeing that the demand is getting stronger. So far, our industry was an industry that could afford to be a supply-based industry. We made a decision on what we supply and what we do not supply. We make the decision on which countries we supply and which countries we don't supply. The internet has changed many industries, as you know. Our industry is one that has not yet really been changed by the internet, not yet. But it's now going to happen. The demand is getting too strong. So better make advantage of it, be part of it. And it can be a wonderful journey. What is it that we're looking for? Well, health data from around the globe. Again, just as an example, we were talking about this ALS, and it was in the presentation about the ALS patients. Do you still recall how many patients it was? Was it 170 or so? Something like that, I think. We could have easily given them 600 patients from around the globe. Easily, because there's so many ALS patients on our platform that get medicines every 3 months, supplied, unapproved medicines. All different kinds of, all kind of physicians that are trying to find solutions on ALS. We would have loved them to join. Herewith, you are invited, by the way. And you know, there's other stakeholders, because when we're talking about stakeholders, and many stakeholders have been mentioned during this day, and I was super happy with all of these stakeholders being mentioned. But there was a couple of stakeholders that have not yet been mentioned, which we are not fully aware of. There's a number of patient organizations over here. Cures Within Reach is the second one that I'm at the board at. Patients Like Me, that was founded by one of our co-founders, Jamie Haywood. Right to Try, you know about. But as a matter of fact, the Sustainable Development Goals, over the last about 10 years, we were laughing a bit about it and we think, well, we're going to get there, 2030, we will see. But now over the last 2 or 3 years, we realize that more and more industries are strategizing, forced by what is happening in society. They're strategizing on 2030, which is actually what we should do as well. So the Sustainable Development Goals is an important reason also for management within your companies to make decisions on. And there's another one, because actually, if you're demand-driven instead of supply-driven, what could it give you? Do you think that Coca-Cola would still be the Coca-Cola if they were supply-driven? They're fully demand-driven. Unilever, all of the big companies nowadays, they're demand-driven, not supply-driven. Imagine what it will do on the stock markets. When your company is moving and shifting gears from a supply-based company to a demand-based company, fully focused on what is needed within society. Again, it's shifting the mind. So Simon Sinek wrote that nice book that most of you most probably know, Start with the Why. Well, we should change it for our industry. Start with the patient. And not start with the patient in the ways that we've discussed for the whole day, like, oh yeah, the patient and value for the patient is also, it's great to make these moves, but we need to shift minds. The patient should be first. We are in the industry already for, at least for the 10 years that I'm joining this industry. I hear about patient centricity. I hear about personalized medicine, but there's not so much action on it. So the question is, and that was why I was showing you that picture of the Berlin Wall. The question is, are we really willing to listen to the voice of the patients? Or are we just only want to hear what we want to hear them say? Give it a thought. It starts with the patients. And I can tell you, if you succeed to change your company from a demand thinking company from a supply thinking company into a demand thinking company, you can never go back again. It will change your company, it will change the culture, it will change the focus of your company forever. And this is the way that we can realize global health and access to the best possible medicines for everyone around the world. And that is what we are trying to achieve at the Social Network as well. We try to contribute. And if any of you wants to join, we welcome all of you. Thank you. And now the guy asks, is there any questions? Anyone, any questions? No? I'm going to come to you because otherwise the others can't hear you.
My name's Sharon and I'm representing a company called Pharmaz, and they specialize in novel drug development. Now, after your presentation, thank you for that. It highlights how important patient engagement is in conducting one of these access programs. But how would you approach a product that might be necessary in, say, a critical care setting where the patient wouldn't have that time or wouldn't even know, for example, a product that's, say, for excessive blood loss, in car accidents or something like that. That's one of the products that we have developed in our business. And we are now facing multiple challenges in terms of, increasing awareness of this with key opinion leaders, and then obviously not being able to, there's a fine line between the advertising component as well, but also to understand how we can get this product, at least education-wise is one aspect, but also, for patients that will need it ultimately. And this is a life-saving drug. We have it licensed in one country, in India, and we are conducting further trials in the US at the moment to fulfill, the amount of documentation that we would need in order to get the license. But given that it is in an emergency medicine setting, how would you approach this differently to, say, one of these areas where it's a known disease and they need other options?
Yeah, that's a difficult one, because I do not yet have experience with that one. We are fully focused on life-threatening and debilitating diseases, oncology, neurology, rare diseases, and this is a bit of an outlier. And having said that, and by the way, we very often use, because we know that there's a lot of terminology on compassionate use programs, early access programs, etc. What we very often do, because we very much believe in personalized access as well. So not just only personalized medicine, but also personalized access. And personalized access, there's a specific regulation for, which is the individual named patient, IND, or a kind of regulation. And that allows us to, just for single patients, reach out to this country, that country, as long as you meet the requirements of the regulatory body in that country. In such a situation, it requests that there's it needs to be on stock because you need it in urgent situations. So it needs to be in the hospital pharmacy available or so. And then I would suggest to use the really program kind of setting in which you could define the conditions, etc. But then the stakeholders, then you have to deal with the stakeholders being the hospitals, the hospital pharmacies, etc. So that is a tough road, but we are speaking so much about the tough road and about the difficulties and about the challenges, and they are this one as well. Let's be clear, but they should not prevent us from moving forward. They should not prevent us from going to one person and get some knowledge and going to another person or a consultant or a peer pharma company and try to learn the lessons and then try to organize it. I don't have the direct answer, but I think it's a very good question. And I think this is an example of where we can learn from each other. If we are truly patient focused, we are willing to share and to learn from each other. And it's not about just you or me, but it's about us as a whole, us as an industry. And we want to help this world move forward. There's two specifics on the Sustainable Development Goals. And one is better health, and the other one is decreasing the differences in the world. And these two, we as a company and I as a person strongly committed to. And I think all of us, if we think about it, these are the two that drive us every day. As long as there's disparities, it's unfair. It is not fair that my children who live in the Netherlands are lucky and get the best possible treatments, and that children somewhere else in the world are not getting these treatments. And same goes, because let's be clear, same goes on education, same goes on safety. But we as an industry, we have an obligation. But this obligation requires that we change our mindset into a demand-driven mindset. Patient first. It starts with the patient. And then after the start with the patient, then there's the environment. Robert, as a matter of fact, showed a very nice, as he called it this morning, the early access community in which we always have to deal with the treating physician. Sometimes unfortunately, you have situations in which the physician is willing, the patient is willing, maybe it's even that it is a charged early access and they have the money, they have the funds for it because the whole village was collecting money or so, whatever. But then the context of the hospital could not be good enough or so. And then you're still not able to. So it is really the whole of that community that needs to be involved. Starting point is the patient's need, also in such urgent situation. Any further question? Blown away. Okay, well, then we're now going to enjoy a nice cup of coffee or tea. Is that a good idea? Yeah, and a bio break. And then I'd love to welcome you again, let's see, at 4:15, half an hour, 30 minutes. Is that okay? See you in 30. Thanks very much. Yeah. Thank you. Well At some point. Okay. It's been quite a day, starting with the troubles in the tube and the cabs, etc., and getting here for those who were having troubles with that. Then gaining a lot of knowledge on how do you organize early access program and what is specifics that you need to keep in mind. What kind of modeling can you use, as well as let's really put the patient first. Let's really become patient-centric, which is demand-driven companies. There's one company that is absolutely one of our favorites that is having terrific programs and a lot of experience on that, and that is J&J. And I'm really pleased to welcome Christine McCracken. Christine, are you there? No, now Christine's gone. Oh man, and we prepped so well. She was here till 1 second ago. Okay, I'm not going to repeat these words, by the way. But okay, we'll wait for a sec. There is, you know, there is a couple of companies that are front runners, I think, on organizing early access, managed access programs and organizing them in a broader sense, like the example that I named of Novartis. And there's a lot of people of Novartis that smaller pharma companies or mid-sized companies could learn a lot from. And I know that these people are very willing to share their knowledge and their experience. And I think it's the same with J&J. J&J always has had a very specific patient-centered focus, and they're trying to more and more strategize on that. And as a matter of fact, their chief medical was also one that was super focused on how can we help patients around the world, also in countries like Africa. And well, I'm super happy that Christine is willing to share some of her knowledge and experience that she has gained over the last years on organizing such expanded access programs. Christine, welcome to you.
Hello, thank you. Sorry, I had a little technical difficulty, so I'm you
we've
said all
noticed.
nice things.
Yeah, no worries. We're happy to have you here. Where are you calling from?
I'm calling from Pennsylvania in the US.
Pennsylvania. Okay, well, nice to have you here in London. It's 4:15 p.m. over here, and we're really happy to learn lessons from what you've learned and gained on knowledge and experience over the last couple of years. The floor is yours, Christine. Go ahead.
Thank you. Happy to be here with everyone. I know I stand between you and likely a cocktail hour in a little while, so my remarks will be brief, but I do welcome questions and comments as we go. So today I'll be talking to you about an activity that some of you have heard about over the last year that we've launched called the Guide to Expanded Access. And really, this is also a representation of co-creating with patients. And based on the themes that we've heard about today, which is so important in pre-approval access or expanded access, partnering with patients on real need versus needs that we perceive is truly critical. So I represent a group called Patient Strategies and Solutions at Johnson & Johnson. We are responsible for pre-approval access for the enterprise, among other activities. But our mission, similar to many of you, is to identify critical needs of patients and then implement through collaboration transformative solutions. And that collaboration goes across all stakeholders. A few topics for today. Touch a few words on meaningful patient engagement. We'll talk about the landscape a little bit as you have already, and then show you a little bit about the guide, how you can get access to the guide, and why the guide is an important tool for patients, caregivers, and providers. So first, as we've heard today, and I'm really happy to hear this throughout, is patients are at the root of all of the things that we are talking about today. Pre-approval access would not exist if it weren't for the need of patients. But many times, and in many meetings or activities, the patient is left out of the discussion around planning, strategy, activities, or even tools that we intend for them to use. So for meaningful engagement, we really look for, pardon me, creating fit-for-purpose tools. And that means the purpose that is filling the genuine need of a patient versus a need that perhaps we in industry or other stakeholders feel that there is. It includes all relevant stakeholders across the paradigm that are important to the activity that you are fostering and trying to implement. And what is required is really basic communication skills, which is listening. You co-create as a result. Expectation management is, of course, very big, and closing the loops with people that we engage with. I think we probably could all agree that these four aspects of communication are really what anyone can reasonably expect from one another as humans, but particularly should be expected from patients in partnering with any of us in a pre-approval access setting. So as we all know here, and as we've talked about expanded access in Europe and Canada, the current state, and this is not unique to Europe and Canada, is there are many terminology variations across the countries. Everyone speaks a different language when it comes to expanded access. And you see some of the terminology here. We felt that this was not only an important thing to highlight and educate on within the guide, as you'll see, but it's also an important thing to discuss when we talk about managing expectations of patients. So, you know, the language utilized by patients is often different than the language that we are utilizing. And so the goal of this guide was to align and harmonize that language to the degree possible so that information was not only accessible, but understandable. So I will tell you a little bit how we went about doing that. First, I want to say that the guide that we created is in direct response to patient request. So we heard from patients for some years, particularly in Europe and Canada, that information was challenging to not only find, but if it was found, it was difficult to discern and understand what the actual options were and what the process of going about making a pre-approval access or expanded access request was. In the US, we have what I might call an embarrassment of riches around information. Too much information is also not always helpful either. But in a lot of countries, information may be difficult to identify, may not be publicly available. So what we set out to do was partnering is always important. And so we looked for the right partner to help us do this. And to do that, we partnered with Bionicle. Hello, Graham. And the reason we did this was because Bionicle shared the patient-centered focus that we had the ability to work very collaboratively with us to codify information from 28 countries, as well as Canada. This process, while it looks somewhat straightforward on a screen, in the finished product was a lot less than straightforward as we entered this project. And as all good things, things take longer than you intend, but the outcome we believe is a very good one. So we looked for what were the information pieces that patients needed to know. And in order to do this, we worked both with patient representatives and advocates at Bionicle, but we also worked with patient representatives and patients to review key criteria and questions that they had around expanded access. And the questions that you see on the right here are the basic but meaningful, as I would call, or minor but meaningful questions that we wanted to answer for patients. And it went down to the level of is expanded access an option where I live, which is even at that level is difficult to ascertain in some countries. And we kept countries in the guide where the option is no, because finding out that something is not an option, we all believed and believe that is equally as important to understanding something is not an option as things that are. And if patients are in a position, or caregivers or providers are in a position to be assessing pre-approval access or expanded access, it means that there is not likely, a plethora of time. And so we want to make this as easy and straightforward for anyone using the guide, anyone that picks it up, so that it is people friendly. So it talks about here, you can see here, and be happy to share a link to the guide in follow-up so you can see it yourself. But it goes through basically what are the key requirements in the country where I live? How do I apply? It answers questions from patient perspective relative to, is it something that I can do directly? Does my physician need to do it? How long does it take? And how long will I receive medication, et cetera? A couple really important things that I want to highlight here is that this guide is company agnostic, it is product agnostic, it is therapeutic agnostic. This is a tool open to anyone for any use. It's available for free on our website to utilize. And it's a first and of its kind consolidated resource to organize by country. And it distills complex regulatory information, as we talked about. All of us who are experienced in pre-approval access, there are always still things to learn. There's always new legislation, new challenges that come up in pre-approval access. And so even I think about questions and conversations that we have had as pre-approval access colleagues, there are complex aspects and nuances to this area that even we struggle with at times. So when we think about and speak to people who aren't living this every day from a work perspective or a mission perspective, it's really challenging for people to not only understand the option, but then to pursue the option, particularly in circumstances where Jacques mentioned earlier around, what if you have a willing patient and a willing company, you may not have a willing physician, or that paradigm changes in multiple ways. So this provides a decision support tool for patients to utilize with their physicians, with their families, in order to assess, one, again, is this an option where I live? How do I pursue that option? And who is going to help me pursue that option? And who really is required to pursue that option? So I'll give you a few images here. Again, we tried to make this very straightforward, but interactive also. So you'll see here, there's a map of the countries available. We did start with these 28 countries and Canada. We are looking to expand that, but we are also looking for feedback on an ongoing basis and taking feedback, of course, on an ongoing basis from patients around the world. So far, the feedback has been excellent. I'm really happy to say. We're happy to explore adding other countries and would love to hear from others. This is an example, of course, how it's laid out. This is only the first two questions, but as I've said, is compassionate use a potential option in Austria? And of course, we know that in Austria it is, and so the rest of the questions are answered. Had this been a country where the option is not available, of course, it stops with no, and then there's language relative to speaking with the physician, taking care of the patient to assess other options. This is kind of a smattering of materials that we've worked with patients on. The guide is an example of co-creation with patients for, certainly this is related to pre-approval access. We've done other tools for pre-approval access. But really what I want to convey is two things in this discussion. One, this guide is available for your use. Please use it. Please encourage others to use it. Again, re-emphasizing that it is not a Janssen specific guide. It is not specific to any company, drug, or therapeutic area. It is country specific related to the regulations. And lastly, I want to just encourage all of us to continue to work with patients on tools that are for patients, as well as strategies for pre-approval access. I've heard some discussions today around how important it is, which I'm thrilled to hear, about engaging patients in our strategies. One of the phrases that we tend to use at Janssen, and I hear others use it as well, which is wonderful, which is engaging patients early and often. I also heard a platform around having bioethical input, which is also amazing and something, of course, we are highly encouraging of. So this is the guide. As I said, this is fairly brief, but important for us to share, and really want to share with all of you and your stakeholders so that patients can see how they may access pre-approval access options or expanded access options if needed. And I'm happy to take questions or hear comments.
Thank you, Christine. It was really nice. And as a matter of fact, Christine, I need to give acknowledgement as well, because my team is using your guide quite frequently. It is really a cool guide. It is super easy to understand. And I really would challenge all of you, really go and look at that guide, because within these 28 countries, it is really a great guide. And I'm really super happy that Johnson & Johnson is also willing to share that knowledge in the same way that we try to share knowledge today with each other and learn from each other. And this is really useful for all of you if you're not yet highly involved in early access programs.
Thank you.
Questions? Who's going to be the first one? Yeah.
Hi, hello. This is Carla from Ferrer from Spain. I was just wondering, all these materials you were sharing, what would be the best way to share these materials with patients or patient advocacy groups without being seen as a promotion?
Mm-hmm. So you're raising a really interesting and challenging discussion that a lot of us have had. What we call it is education versus promotion. In order for patients to understand what their options are, we need to make information available to them. So this is a complementary effort to something else that we're doing around transparency, which is making country-specific programs available for use and for viewing on our website. For the guide, what we've done is we've worked with various advocacy. Of course, the link is available on our website. It is a publicly available link, and we would encourage anyone to share that link so that patients can see it. We have shared it with patient advocates and patient representatives. I know Naomi Litchfield, our patient advocacy close colleague at Bionicle, has shared it with various and many rare disease organizations and other advocacy organizations. Partnering with advocacy organizations who are really very close to our patients, know their needs, are always a great partner, not only for industry, but anyone who is interested in educating patients. So that's definitely an area that I would encourage. But as I said, in follow-up, I'm happy to provide the link if you don't have it, and we can provide that in follow-up along with some other resources.
I think here with accepted, Christine, we love to have your link. So if you could share it with us, would be great. As a matter of fact, to add to what you're saying, Christine, I think what is very important is that you show that let's call it your independency. It is not about that you want to have a patient on a specific medicine or in a specific early access program. It is just that you're providing the patient as well as the doctor information and enable them to make well-informed decisions. And that is the most important. Yes. And I can tell you from my own experience, because we at the Social Network, we share a lot of knowledge also on medicines, etc., on our websites as well. And we even had to go to court just to clarify it, because we had discussions with our regulatory body in the Netherlands as well on, hey, this might be promotion. And we said, come on, man, this is not promotion. We are just helping patients as well as physicians to get knowledge to make well-informed decisions. We don't care about what medicine or so. And then finally at court, the decision was, this is by far not promotion. This is really helping people to get well-informed. And so Christine, I'm with you. We need to be willing to share that and as much as possible.
Yeah, and I think that the challenge around that is largely, you know, this notion of education. You know, I hate to use the word versus, but it somewhat is versus promotion. There are certainly individual country requirements that, you know, draw a hard line around any type of, you know, pre-approval information. And so I think, you know, this conversation has evolved over time and has, you know, pardon the pun, but expanded to a broader information base and people being more understanding and willing that to accept, frankly, that patients need to understand what this option is. That said, you know, it's an ongoing discussion with various countries around what is permissible and educating stakeholders on why this is an important thing for people to understand. So, you know, there's always routes to navigate. And so it comes down to understanding your stakeholders, having the stakeholder understand the content.
Yeah. And Christine, once again, it is allowed for all of us to use that link and share that also with patients or physicians in our countries, is it?
Yes, I would encourage people to use to go to the live link, because if there are updates, you want to make sure that you're having you know, the most up-to-date content. But that is available on our website. We encourage everyone that is interested in using it to do so.
Great. Further questions? Anyone? I have one for now, Christine.
Sure.
What's the next 28 countries that come?
So that is what we are looking for. There is a mechanism to provide us with feedback within the guide. And we would welcome and do continue to receive feedback from patients around the world relative to if there are additional aspects of the guide that they would like to see, if there are additional countries that people would like to see. You know, we very much welcome feedback and want feedback from patients. But similarly, if there's feedback from other stakeholders, we are very open to that as well. And I would encourage, when you look at the guide, if you have feedback or questions, please use the link to send to us. We check it multiple times a day and are active in our outreach to folks who reach out to us. So please feel free to share questions or comments through that mechanism.
Okay, here with the invite, people. Christine, there was, as a matter of fact, this morning, was someone who was presenting and was telling about early access programs being available mainly in US, Canada, Europe. And these are the countries that are covered by your guide. But it was also mentioned that specifically also the countries in Asia, Latin America, Africa, they are in need as well. Mm-hmm. And do you foresee that there will be guides on that in the future, or is that not yet to be foreseen?
So we launched the guide towards the latter part of last year. And what we want to do is, of course, we're watching how it's being utilized. We want to make sure it's being utilized by the primary, by the requester, really, which is patients. That is certainly, you know, on the table to expand into Asia Pac. Clearly, there are nuances that would be very good for people in Asia Pac to understand, but we want to hear from folks relative to if it's a need, and we want to make sure the guide is utilized by who we intended it for and by whom it was requested. So again, if there are countries that people would like to see in the guide, particularly from a patient perspective, we have those discussions ongoing and we're monitoring that closely.
Christine, is the guide available in, 26 or so languages or not? Is it just only in English?
So it is available. We're working on translations for a multitude of languages. But there's also, that's another question that we've asked folks around other languages needed. Clearly, the guide is in the countries that you see the guide in, and our translation folks are working on that in a few countries. We wanted to at least get it out and launched in English, and then go from there relative to feedback on what is needed.
Cool, thank you.
But the intent is, just in a shorter answer, is to reach as many patients as possible. So of course the intent is to translate into languages that are applicable to all of the countries.
Yeah, that would be great, because
Yep.
as a matter of fact, just speaking for myself, I'm Dutch, and I travel a bit around, etc. So my English is kind of okayish, but still, if it is about a very specific, difficult topic and it's related to my health, etc., and then it would always be helpful if it would be in my local language. And
Absolutely.
That goes for the Dutch, it goes for the French, it goes for the Spanish, the Italian, etc.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I agree.
Highly appreciate it. Questions? No further questions? Christine, I really want to thank you for bringing this to our attention. As a matter of fact, I could have even told the people about it, because I know about the guide and I'm really enthused about it. It's really terrific tool in your toolkit. So really, I think you should go there, but I already told you, and start making use of it, because it's really super helpful to explain in and that is the most important. What you succeeded on very well, I think, Christine, with your team, is making it really understandable. And that's a bit about what we were talking about later on, that it is so often that we try to make something understandable, but in our own language, kind of business slang. But this is really a guide that really makes it understandable for common people. And that's really nice. Thank you very much. Thank you, Christine, for being with us.
Thank you for having me.
Have a nice day. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Okay, and then we're moving to the last topic of the agenda. And is it really that you're already up for the drinks, or not yet? No, we're not yet. We want to gain some more knowledge, is it, or not? Yeah, we want. Okay. As a matter of fact, at this moment, there's a couple of people trying to prep for the panel discussion. And I think they have a bit of a fight, because they already left the room about 20 minutes ago and they're still not back. So I'm going to, if you just have a chat on your table, I'm going to try to get them in the room and help them share their knowledge with us. Yeah, I'll put some chairs up here. Okay. With a bit of flexibility, we'll get there, is it? Normally the music would be playing, but it was not. So it was annoying for you, but we're going to have final discussions, a panel discussion with a couple of people that are knowledgeable and experienced on the topic. And that is about the importance of patient engagement. And as a matter of fact, many have touched upon the topic already, but I think it is very nice to have some brief conversation and discussion in a panel as well. And the first one that is on a panel discussion is George. George, are you going to join us? Yes. Yeah, thank you very much. And George, can you introduce yourself a little?
Yeah, can say I have a pretty long career in the industry because now I'm just retired, semi-retired, and very involved in, can say, in quality. However, I can say using, can say, some important launch with a big company like Pfizer and after Novartis and finishing with GSK, and very involved in the global, I can say, regulation. And I will say a few words tomorrow about this global regulation. Yeah.
Thank you for joining us. And what is more beautiful than a Frenchman speaking English, is it? I love it. I really love it. Okay, the second who's going to be, please take a seat. And the second who's joining is Katrien. And Katrien can introduce herself as well. Well, I'll grab your chair.
Oh, yeah, that's only because I'm working with Jacques. That's why he's carrying my chair. So I'm since 6.5 years in the early days co-founder of the social network. So I'm a lawyer, but I'm very operational because I set up the operations, and I could contribute here because we really have the patient view compared to pharma, I guess.
Yeah, thank you. And then a third person that's going to join us is Carolyn, but Carolyn's going to join us online. She's not yet there, but as soon as she's there, it will be announced, so don't worry about it. And then the one who's going to take care of this discussion is you, Paolo. Can you introduce yourself as well?
Thanks, John, and good afternoon. So I'm the guy that is. No, it's okay. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. I can. Thank you. So you have to hire me.
Can't afford.
Yeah. So I'm not the expert. So among all these expert guys, I'm the one that is going to ask the questions. And also, I would like to have been helped by you guys in asking questions or commenting. And there is this discussion that is going to be about patient engagement in early access programs. And my background, I work as a market access director for the Alliance for Regenerative Medicine. That is an organization focusing on cell and gene therapy. So we have, it's a membership-based organization. We have more than 450 organizations, most of them companies, but also patient organizations, hospitals, and for us, really, access to cell and gene therapies. It's core of our focus. So I would say we should start. And I don't know if, so it looks like the third speaker is not shown yet. Also, yes. First question I had, because we are talking about patient engagement. Is there anybody from let's say, active on the patient side as patient representative or working with patient groups among you? Yes, for sure. Okay. Hello. Carolyn?
Hi.
Hi. So you are, so I don't know if you can see us, but we can see you. And we were making the introductions. So if you want to introduce yourself, welcome to this panel session.
Yes, apologies with the technology. So my name is Callie, Carolyn. I work actually for an NGO. It's called GARD-P, which is the Global Antibiotic, the Global Antibiotic Research and Development Partnership. And we're looking at early access programs for patients in low and middle income countries to introduce with stewardship new antibiotics to be used, in responsible use. So I come from a very different perspective. I do have a background in private sector, but now have moved to the NGO side and working a lot with patient groups in low and middle income countries. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you. So I would like to start with a question about, the topic for this panel discussion is patient engagement. And so my first question will be, why is patient engagement important, let's say, for early access programs, but in general, let's say in your experience, and what's your perspective into that? George.
Okay. I would say that I see a big changes step by step. As you can see, I've starting pretty long time ago. I was speaking just before that I was working with ICH, which is an international conference of harmonization, where it was really something between industry and the regulator at the beginning. Based on the last 5 years, the engagement of the patient association to be part of that was starting, because it was identified that it was key. But interestingly, if you can mention, which is probably very easy, about the last crisis that we got from COVID, that we see the level of question and engagement from patient aspect or potential patient, because unfortunately or fortunately, you don't need to be healed to start to have a vaccination, but is so important, but is really a challenge to know how to deal with the patient and to understand what are their needs. Because the world of the development of the product, the world of the understanding of the sophistication, because the science that when you are developing a new product is never something black and white, is not like engineering. There is a lot of, statistical analysis, there is a lot of uncertainty, which is so complicated to share with the patient. And when you have a new product that you are, launching and you are providing to the patient, explaining why you need to go step by step, what is the first intention, why you need to treat, is obviously that we can see the importance that in front of us, we have people who are able to understand that, who are engaged to that. If I can mention, because I speak in the situation that we get from hematologic product and factor 8, for people who have, I remember that there is few company, and I was one of these company providing the product, and one of the company have a major issue in the site. And this kind of patient association, which is especially in hemophilia, are very, organized and know what they are speaking about. We have, nearly, not daily, but every 3 days, discussion how to split off the product and where they need to do. And we get more information about what happened in our site in the US by the patient association, by internally of the company, which was incredible. But it shows that, the role that they can play. I speak about, in this case of, disease, which is where patients are very organized because it's a long-term disease. Is not, of course, the same when we are speaking about cancer, because fortunately, they are not always in the same disease, but probably in some diseases, definitely showing the importance of the patient. That part of my experience, if that can start the debate, if it's okay with you.
Thanks.
Yeah,
Catherine.
Let me just say something about this. Yes, it's exactly what we also see, like 10, 20 and more years ago. It was set in stone that the doctor would tell the patient what is his treatment. The patient had basically not much of an idea whether this is the best possible option, whether there's anything out there, but we see a change. So now the patient gets into the driver's seat. The patient is not accepting the diagnosis he's asking. It's a mutual decision-making now between doctor and patient. So the patient has a voice, and you need to get this voice in order to bring forward any research and development, any new medicines. How would you possibly know what to offer and what programs to run if you don't adopt and ask the patient? But the question is, of course, how can you do that specifically as pharma, right? It's tricky.
Yes, indeed. And I was thinking what you're, given your contribution here, I was thinking because in your experience, you have large experience with early access programs and patients that basically come to you asking for a solution, right? So asking for, they have a clear need, something that is not mediated by others. It's a real need that they come with. And so I'm just curious to understand from your experience what, if you have a picture about, when patients actually start engaging, so being themselves engaged and reach to you or will reach a company or.
Well, so I don't know, of course, since Jacques talked all day, you have a little bit of an idea what we are doing. So we are actually a platform patients can reach out to for information. What's out there? How can I get this medicine? Of course, we're not advising on it, but they get an idea. Mostly they come with an idea. So there are different kinds of patients. We only address two, like the early adopters and the ones who get with a bit of convincing or with a bit of mutual decision making with the doctor, they come and reach out. These are mostly the patients who, sadly ran through a few treatments which were not successful, and they don't want to accept that this is now it, right? And they go on the internet. It's time digitization. Any information is out there, of course, really any information, not anything you want, but also what you don't want. But they come and have an idea, and then they go to their doctor and they say, I'm living in the Netherlands. You say here's nothing in the protocol for me, but I read about this. This is groundbreaking. I want this. Can I have this? And those patients or their relatives come to us, or the doctors even. But of course, the ones who know already that it's not the end of the spectrum after the doctor necessarily told them, sorry, I don't have any treatment for you anymore.
Thanks. Carolyn, you want to add anything from your perspective?
Yeah, I mean, I guess from my perspective, I'm really focused on patients in low middle income countries that often really don't have a voice, that the awareness is often lacking. And I guess we're trying to really focus on that those health inequities, I guess, in a sense, and to put mechanisms in place, in places in very challenging countries sometimes, to make sure that medicines are accessible. And in some cases, emergency medicines, get to the right place at the right time. Sometimes it's a matter of hours within a country, which in places like sub-Saharan Africa can be very, very challenging. Also, I mean, what George mentioned about acute and chronic use, I think, many early access programs, I guess, historically have looked supported, I guess, patients on chronic therapy, lifelong therapy. And of course, right now I'm focused very much more on acute therapy unless patients get reinfected. But, I guess a lot of very, very practical considerations need to be considered. And, obviously it becomes quite expensive logistically to get some of those medicines on a per patient basis into some of these countries. So then you look at maybe having some sort of mini stockpiles in countries to make sure that you can get access to the patients in a timely manner. So those are just, I guess, a very different perspective, but other considerations in our approach, I guess, to early access programs.
Thank you. And this is kind of open question for all of you, one who wants to take it. I guess when we talk about patients, there are both the actual patients and the patient groups or patient representatives, right? So I'm a bit curious to understand, in your experience, when you see a role for patient organizations, patient representatives to be involved in this dialogue, and especially in this, specifically in this early access program setting. So when and if patient representatives or patient groups needs to be involved with, need to engage with. Yeah, I was asking anybody wanted to ask, but if Caroline, no?
Yeah, I mean, I guess from my perspective and my experience, I mean, it should be as early as possible in a way, just to make sure that the patient group is aware what's out there, and if there are opportunities, maybe in early stage patient recruitment, that you know, patients can become aware about. You know, working a lot in low and middle income countries, it's really surprising to see the lack of awareness in general for patients. So for me, I think any patient bodies that can highlight, you know, that options for care are different elsewhere is the earlier the better, in a sense. Thanks.
If I can reply to the awareness point, Caroline or Carly, you said two names, Caroline, I think. Indeed, the awareness is not only a problem for low and mid income countries. So that's something we have on our agenda too. Of course, you have the patients who know already what they want, but there are many, many patients, and Jacques always described that back then, who don't even know that they're treated with the iPhone 6, whereas they could have the iPhone, what is it, 14 now? Yeah. So this is also something we have for any income countries, that there's literally lack of awareness. And by the way, not only with the patients, but also with the doctors. Yeah. But to come back to the patient organizations to adopt or to ask about the demand of patients, of course, key, because patients, specifically in our area, life-threatening diseases or debilitating diseases, they sadly come and go. Patient organizations stay, and they are the source, the trustworthy source for the patients they come to, and new patients. Every new patients with the disease come to them to ask their opinion. And therefore, you need to engage with them, of course, because the patients, then the actual patients in this time slot you have where they need help, you service. But the patient organizations, of course, you need for the word of mouth, for the trust building, for the relationship, yeah, for all of that.
Yeah, and I think a lot of these kind of coalitions of patient groups are incredibly useful with sharings across the world, so that groups can hook up with other groups in different parts of the world and understand, you know, what standard of care can look like, and really bring to life, you know, that patient journey and how the differences can be.
Yeah. If I can, because I fully agree with what you say, the importance of the patient group. However, just coming back what I said before, there is, in my view, there is a kind of changes based on what happened recently, because the balance will be not about, are you aware about the last good medicine arriving compared to something which is iPhone 6, as you say. We saw that, can say, suddenly the social media and the people suddenly are very turning, and the balance will be about between science and social media who are not aware. So it's so important to change the shift. In all the company I was working, you know, the challenge to speak to the patient, despite everyone to do that. If you look about all the item of the big company, and patient is so important. But as soon you want to speak with the patient, it's always a challenge, a legal challenge, a regulatory challenge, because it's so constraining. You can have a lot of liability. That means, generally speaking, the company are pretty very, I can say, conservative in terms of speaking to the patient. But it shows that in this context of where we are is really a time to change the shift and to see it, especially for the early medicine, of course, but for everything is a very challenging situation, because suddenly people want to understand. You can see, I mentioned the situation of the last crisis of the last 2 years. People want to know, and they go in the internet, and there is a lot of things arriving. That's why it's so important to structure more and to give a lot of better voice to what is already organized, in my view. That's why, sorry to come back to that, but I think is a real point to consider. And the industry probably need to be more active and probably to have organizations like you are, which I don't want to make your promotion, but the independence. No, but I think the independence, because you know that from the patient point of view, sorry, but when I go in a dinner and say I'm working from industry and I'm not with the people from the industry, you are not a good guy, you know, because your industry is not the best place to be, you know, because it's industry money. That way, there is a lot of suspicion. It's very important that we recreate a connection with the patient. That is my view.
But I have to say that's basically a little bit true. Yeah, the industry is not used to have not the best reputation, but I, as talking to the patients every day, feel there's also a shift. So we see more and more pharma who really take care of their corporate social responsibility. Yes, but you also have to see it's very difficult for pharma to adopt and to connect with patients. You're basically not really allowed to. So you can connect and adopt the physicians, but you can't really freely talk to the patients. And if you do so, you would only talk about your own product and then you would do advertising. So yeah, indeed, you need an independent platform who collects all the menu and all the information what's out there in order to talk to the patient. So it's difficult for the industry.
Thanks. That's very interesting. Actually, George, you anticipated my question, so that went very smoothly. And for me, it will be very interesting to get a better understanding whether this social media, virtual approach to patient management or patient engagement, you know, what are the limits of this? Because I mean, I think it's easy to see the benefits and the fact that you can gather a lot of information, you know, and use it as a tool for actually understanding what our patient needs and all these things. But where do you see that, you know, the challenges start? Where do you see a limit in that in terms of social engagement replacing kind of social media replacing real life is engagement?
For me, the cultural changes that been
engagement in early access programs. And my background, I work as market access director for the Alliance for Regenerative Medicine. That is an organization focusing on cell and gene therapy. So we have it's a membership organization. We have more than 450. The recording is going. Most of them companies, but also patient organizations, hospitals, and for us, really, access to gene therapies. It's my voice. Yes, please kill it. Yes. Okay.
No, you asked me what are the ways to address that. For me, is really can say spending a lot of energy of training and explaining and engaging with the association to understand all these kind of things. Because it's a pretty changing matters to understand, you know, if there is a, you know, on the development, we see a clinical, the result of the clinical trial. Let's try to explain to the patient what are the ratio, you know, it's very difficult to understand. We see when we put the statistic of the result of, you know, and the wording that is used by the regulators is not an easy one for the patient, you know. When the agency said that the ratio between the benefit risk is fine, which is generally can go, it's a kind of go, but people see, they just listen the risk of the story on the media aspect. That's why it needs to be explained and need to be educated. That means there is a lot of things to do in my view. As soon as you do a product, let's see, for example, I'm sure that most of you have not a lot of experience of it, but on one of the products, we do a kind of ATU, which is the process to provide, you can say, for polyarthritis rheumatoid, you know. And I remember the major challenge was because the agency was asking that we control the patient that we provide, of course, the product, because they need to be have a follow-up. But it's very complicated to do it without the name of the patient. You know, it was a nightmare how to organize with the confidentiality, how to follow up to make sure that when you provide the second doses and the next treatment, it will be at the same people, because we are not supposed as the industry to have the individual name of the patient, which is most of you have it. When it is, I can say I didn't say that is easier when you have a very small number of patients. And when you start to do that for a product which is pretty widely dispensed, is a really a nightmare to do that. And that's why people need to understand. I don't know if you have some experience on that.
So I think there is a limit. The limit is the form of information. So as long as the information is factual and not any information of everyone who has an opinion to something, there's no limit. So for us now, after almost 7 years, it's easy. We have a platform with all the information, which is the clinical research information, the prescriber, the leaflet information, and just the name and the dosage, the information about the medicine. And now patients come to us. We don't need to do anything. They find it, they come to us. That's easy. But as long as you start publishing opinions, social blogs, then you are lost, because then it's not an information a patient can or a doctor can drive any decision. So that would be my limit.
Thanks. Caroline, I don't know if you want to add anything on this one.
Yeah, I guess just echoing what the previous speaker saying, I think there is a way to have a direct relationship, built on trust and not, kind of soliciting, let's say, access in an inappropriate way.
Yeah, exactly.
I don't know, in terms of timing, I guess we have 10 minutes, so we have time for another. Thank you. And here I wanted to cover as well the ethical aspects of the story. And we have heard this morning this presentations about some borderline situation patients. You are in this type of business. You always have unique situations to deal with and very heavy ethical questions to be answered. Just wanted to have your views on that in terms of how things can evolve eventually in the future, if there is a path forward or is just a case-by-case type of approach that needs to be taken.
In terms of ethical measures, or
yes, in terms of finding, managing the ethical aspects of.
Maybe since I have it, it's exactly like Caroline said. As long as, or if it gets a taste of persuading or promoting or driving a patient into something he actually wasn't looking for, that would be ethically very, very critical. And this is also not what it's about, right? You want to know, what does the patient need? What does the patient know? What does the patient want? And then you give them all the information to make an informed decision. And then it's ethically totally fine. And I'm saying this because there's, of course, a legal and gray aspect all the time to it, because it's like prescription medicines. You may not inform at all about it because it might be promotion. But I feel if you're very careful and if you provide information, it's ethically fine. It would be actually ethically verwerflich, I don't know the word in English, really not fine if you prevent patients to get this information, because they need it. They need the information to make a decision about the access. And they need also to have the option to access the medicine, which might prolong their life or even save their life. So ethicals, you see, that's a hard topic for me.
I don't know what can I add to that. I just question about, what are the cultural differences, how to address that? Because I just have expertise when we're launching a product about, side effect and complaint. And we can see that the way that is be consolidated at the global level, we can see that there is big differences sometimes from the way that the people are reporting the things. it's pretty difficult to get, I can say, a global. Ethical is not a good word because you need to be ethical in all the cases, but to have the same rules of this ethical approach, you need to be very cultural dependent on the way that you are addressing, the relationship with the patient. I'm not sure that is something that the legal framework is able to do it, because they like at the European level or global level to have something which is a kind of rules. However, it's not the same. I don't know if some have experiences of that, but it's not the same. You can say from one country or Latin country or not Latin country, because people like to know all the detail. Even in the regulation, side effect, we are definitely more under, can say, Anglo-Saxon Spain with a lot of lists where I can say historically the Latin country was not so the same approach. I'm not a perfect answer on that. It's obviously that in the big company where I was, the ethical aspect was very high, but how to implement that in practice when you are doing the practical aspect, I don't know.
How do people feel about it?
Yeah. So I was just checking with Caroline. Had anything to add?
I can't really hear the conversation, but I guess I can talk a little bit to that, because I just moved back to Europe from Asia, where I lived for 21 years. And so it's sort of a big difference in patients, patient voice. Patient groups were, I guess, much more rudimentary in a way. And sometimes the industry patient group relationship was unclear. And, in a way, it was tough sometimes. You had to, in a way, from an industry perspective, train patients on appropriate, engagement, because, when people are desperate, they can cling on to all sorts of people, and they don't really understand the consequences of that. So it can get very tough. And I do believe there are very different cultural challenges and engagement ways as we move across the globe that make the approaches very different. So it's a very relevant question.
But probably also the other way around, right? There are probably patients who just take it as given what the doctors say, and you can tell them like, hey, it's your life. You can speak up you can question, at least you can raise questions, and you can then make a decision.
Yeah, certainly. In Asia, the doctor is still put on a pedestal, and whatever he or she says is considered as gospel. So things are changing as time goes on, but the patient voice, the strength of the patient voice, I guess, can be really impacted by some of these cultural norms that exist in countries.
Thanks a lot. Very, very interesting. I just wanted to give some time for comments or questions from the audience, if you have any.
Anyone? Any question? Contribution? Yeah.
Thank you. I'm not sure if this will muddy the waters more, but I'll just tell you a little story. I'm a doctor. I'm a surgeon, so I've been on the side of taking consent from patients for major operations. Now I work in the pharmaceutical sector and I work in medical governance. And I'm talking to you in the capacity not of my role, but as a relative of a patient. A first-line relative recently had a musculoskeletal procedure, and they had a big complication. Everything's okay now, but a big decision had to be made. The whole medical team gave me all the information about an area I know nothing about, and they said, that's the information. What do you want to do? I didn't know what to do, and if I'm honest, at that point, I needed somebody to tell me what to do. But it was the wrong end of the body. I knew nothing about that area.
communication, of understanding. And I can imagine once you are in a situation, and I have been in a situation without even being a doctor, but I lost all my common sense of normal thinking. Like, what if somebody is ill or somebody you love, you cannot clearly make a decision on your own, but you can do it together. You gave me this for this. Yeah. Yeah. So I'm sorry, this was just a. Yeah, absolutely. But don't you think together, if time allows, a shared, like if you get all the information and then you have conversation, that together a decision is better to be made? Absolutely. Yeah. And of course, you, in this case, you were not the patient, but it's like, I don't know, that's even worse to make a decision for somebody else's life, right? Yeah, well, you.
Always involved treating physician. Yeah, it's always.
But they were the treating physicians, right?
You were not the treating physician, were you?
No, but the treating physicians gave all the information. Yeah.
I didn't know what to do.
Yeah.
I didn't know what the right decision was. It all turned out well. But you know, I understand all the ethical considerations, but if I'm honest with you, at that point I just need someone to tell me, I think this is what.
Yeah, but you have to watch out. So if it's not a immediate emergency situation and you have a cancer patient, let's say, and they're in one hospital, they're treated very well, but the protocol of the hospital has different treatments which are approved. And then by the end of this treatment, then the doctor would say, okay, treatment, this was the last one. Here's the information, this is it. I do the decision for you because this is it. That's also not quite right? Yeah, it's difficult, yeah. But this is why it's a shared, for us, we always promote a shared decision-making and a proper basis to do so, right? You need all the information and you need also, of course, a trustworthy relationship with the doctor, yeah.
Yeah, I'm not at a panel, so I apologize up front. But I would almost say there's 50 shades of gray, because I can also tell you the opposite. There was once I visited a physician in Australia, Sydney, and he was telling me about a story that he was having a patient who was having a very rare type of cancer, and he was really struggling with how to treat this patient. And at some point, the patient visited him again. And he said, well, I'm really happy I have good news for you, because I now have a bit of a better understanding about your disease, because it's so specific, so rare. I found a website, there's a lot of information on it. And then he showed the website, and then the patient said, oh, that's my website. And so there's a lot of people that you can find a lot of information around at the internet. And at the same time, there's also it's always a balance. And you were in a very also emotionally very involved situation. It was not your field of expertise. Oh, yeah, it's ridiculous that these people ask you to make the decision. That's not fair. But anyways, it's always trying to find a balance. But we should not avoid that mutual decision making anymore.
I like the mutual aspect, because I have the same experience personally as you. A disease that now is not is away from me, where I see a very top level guy, but he was so academic to say I cannot see anything, because the clinical trial showed that he was giving really the book, but the book is not what I want to have, And I can understand if you get a guy, you say, oh, guy, you can go there. There is really a kind of mutual aspect balanced. And that is not easy in terms of regulation. Sorry if I come back, that's my regulation background, but I would to regulate that, I would to put this kind of, psychological human aspect in this kind of decision. Mutual decision is probably the key words, because there is not a black and white answer.
And I had a similar experience, so that speaks to me a lot. And I would say, the main thing that comes to my mind is that we have a lot of literature on medical decision making. We have a lot of literature on clinical studies, and what is done on one side of this fence. But we don't have much on the patient preferences, patient decision making, outlining scenarios and basically something that can be rational and can be also easy to understand. So the other side of the fence is quite foggy, or and it's in some way it's unfair to put the onus of the decision on somebody that has very limited idea and very limited tools to make it.
But if I may, maybe to close the loop, in such cases, if time allows, as Caroline also said, and we all, if you then have the possibility to connect the patients or the relatives with other patients and other relatives, or even the doctors, as Jacques said earlier, to connect, because sometimes there are cases, there's not a lot of experience. Sometimes patients are helped by the exchange with others just to get a clearer view or to hear about their experience. And this is, again, why it's very important to get these, the voice of all the patients, of the patient organizations, to share the knowledge and the experience for those situations, perhaps,
Any other questions, or I guess we are getting to the end of this panel.
I guess we are done.
Thanks a lot. And Caroline, from wherever you are, it was like you were here with us.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear a lot of the conversation, so I apologize.
Oh, sorry.
No, it's okay.
Sorry about that. Thank you very much.
Caroline, thank you very much for joining us. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Okay, guys. Paolo, thank you. Katrine, George, thank you for your contribution.
Thank you.
Okay. Is it off? I'm going to give it a try to bring it a little bit together. What was this day about? Early mornings, we started with a panel that was telling about the various aspects of the early access programs. And there was I think, very good question on how can early access programs also influence the onboarding of patients in clinical studies, specifically when it is placebo-controlled clinical studies, because that's a difficult one, we have to admit. And there's no yes or no right answer on it. It is moving along, I think. Then there was Eugene, and he was telling us about the challenges and the opportunities of real-world data. His specific focus was clearly is the US and US regulations, but it was good to hear about it. And he was using the framework of PCOTS. Do you still remember PCOTS? So if you don't, then write it down and try to find it. Then it was Rakesh and Graham talking about the key considerations, real-world data. What the approval pathways are for real-world data, and what data platform you would like to use for that data. It's important. It's just to name a couple of the topics. It's an important decision, important to give it a proper thought. And there was the advice, and that was repeated after that by Robert as well, and I think even by Sam as well, I don't know. But it was about to minimize data points. Because, of course, as soon as we start asking questions, we want to have answers on all of our questions. Well, I can tell you from the consumer's part, that doesn't work. So try to minimize data points as much as possible so that you make sure that you get also robust data on the most important, highest priority kind of data that you want to have. Then there was Robert. Robert was telling us about the pricing pressure and the influence on early access programs, making early access programs part of the early adoption into markets. And he was telling, and that was, I think, very insightful for most of us to just get a clear map of what is the early access community? And all of these in the community, circling back, in the center, there's of course the patient. And it's not just the patient, just shown by the example of you. It is also the caregivers, which is family members, friends, and then it's sometimes GP because he has a close relationship with the family. And then it's the caregivers in the hospital, the physician, the nurses, etc. I shouldn't forget about the nurses, by the way. Anyways, the whole, and then pharma and the regulators. And so what is the whole framework? What is the whole community? And then he was also talking about, and I think that is also interesting to keep that in mind, it is under conditions, it is allowed to use also charged early access programs, and which is in one case easier than another, and there's patient communities that are very open to that. So if you're a small biotech or pharma company, and you would love to have to work your head around and create early access program, but you cannot finance it simply because you don't have the funds, that might be already a first step. And go for the low-hanging fruit. Don't let it stop you that you don't do anything, but just go for that low-hanging fruit. Anyways, that was Robert. Then it was Martina and Wendy, and they were talking about the bumpy road. Do you still remember? They were talking about the ALS case. They were talking about early access program that sometimes you might want to start rapidly because you want to avoid off-label use. Do you still remember the ALS product that was already approved for other conditions? And that's a good reason to then involve the community, such a patient community, and open up programs, because then you can get data out of it, and then it helps you move forward as well as it helps the patients, as a matter of fact. Okay, then what else? Yeah, okay. There again, it was mentioned about as soon as data gets out, it is very difficult to still onboard patients in placebo-controlled clinical studies. And be aware, and I've mentioned it already many times, social media is everywhere. It's in this room, it's in the next one, it's in our life. We cannot avoid, we cannot stop it, we cannot manage it, we cannot control it. Sorry, we cannot control it. We have to deal with it. We better start moving with it and trying to be part of it. Okay, then there was Tom. He was specifically talking about a more difficult kind of situation on early access programs on cell and gene therapies. And then you have to really be aware of what you're doing, prep the whole logistics, etc. And he was also telling us about the criteria that might be set also on such specific kind of treatments by regulators to organize an early access program. He also was explaining that in such situations, it might be that you're not only just dealing with the regulations that we are dealing with on a daily basis, all of us, and we think that is already difficult enough, but then all of a sudden it might be that you are also have to deal with regulations on animals or vegetables, like in Australia. Do you still recall? Yeah, some of us missed it, but maybe they can see the recording. Okay. And in general, the more complex the treatment is or the medication is, the more complex often it is to properly organize the logistics, the whole context of the early access plan. And I think that makes sense, but we should be aware of that. Then Christine Johnson Johnson showed us the guide that they made for 28 countries, and we're eager to see more countries, of course. But it's really a great tool, I can tell you from experience, and really would like to put forward that is a very easy way to, within your company, colleagues or partners or patients or physicians, to inform them about how our regulations Unfortunately, the focus is still Europe, US, Canada, but more to come, and it is a start. And again, let's start with the low-hanging fruits. So let's use them. And I was, Christine reminded, and it was already mentioned before by Martin, the topic on ethical boards. And I really strongly advise you to take that into consideration as well, because sometimes you are involved because you are a family member or a friend, and then you get emotionally involved. But if you're professional, then you think, oh no, that will not happen to me in this situation with this early access program. But I can tell you from experience that at some point, the program gets under your skin, and the people, you know them, or you know part of them, you know some of them, you take them home, and they're in your head all the time. And then it's more and more difficult to make good decisions. So it's always good to involve an ethical board that you can rely on. It's super helpful for yourselves. Really advise you to do so. And then there was the panel with Paolo and the others, and it was about why engage patients. Well, that's a question that has been answered, I think. How to deal with that in low and middle income countries. And I think it was really very nice to have Caroline in the discussion as well. Although she could not really hear what we were saying over here, apparently, but I think it is important to realize she is right. And she was for over the last 20 years, she was in Asia, and I recognize as well. But also that is changing a lot. The doctor is still the messiah over there, but it is changing. And I can tell from experience that I was at, I think 2 years ago, just ahead of the COVID situation. I was traveling around the world, and I was often I try then to visit also patients and family members and physicians, etc. And I was near Dubai, really in the middle of nowhere in this very small village. And I was invited by a patient and his family. And there was the best food, etc. And really, it was really I was really the guest of honor, kind of. At least that is how they made me feel. And then I was looking around because it was really very traditional family, and I didn't see anything like a computer or so. And I asked them, "How the heck did you find our platform? How the heck did you find the medicines that you were in need of?" And then under his, how do you call it? The clothing, there was all of a sudden, there was, well, not the iPhone 14, but it was close to that. These people are well connected nowadays. Africa, I have a couple of friends in Africa. I can tell you the same. They are really not connected to the wealth that we have, but there's one thing that most of them have, and that's connection with the internet nowadays. So they are aware what is around more and more. And also they are more and more demanding from their physicians. So it's rapidly changing over there as well. Okay. And last but not least, I would like to add that regarding that physicians, what I've seen over the last, not just only with the regulators, also with physicians. The way I was speaking and having discussions with physicians 10 years ago, and the way I have discussions with physicians nowadays is a huge difference. And it's new generations who way better understand how to mutually make decisions. But it's also sometimes the oldies that all of a sudden surprise you and are really open to change, to move forward. Okay, that was this day. Tomorrow there's another day. There's one more thing that I want to share with you, simply because I like it. After that, we go to the drink. And now Katrine is going to laugh, most probably. 1 second. I'm kind of romantic. Robert is now running because he thinks, that's not for me. I want a drink. I'm kind of a romantic. And there's one poet and his name is Khalil Gibran, and he was Lebanese, and well, he already passed away about 100 years ago or so, so he couldn't come to speak, but he has been writing a couple of books, and one of them is The Prophet. And in that book, The Prophet, people of the city where he lives are asking him all kind of questions about all kind of different topics, about children, really a very nice topic, about love, about friendship, about, well, etc. There's also a part about work. And that is, well, I only took a couple of sentences, but well, I can assure you, you'll like it if you read it to the fullest. Find it yourself. But what is it to work with love? It is to build a house with affection, even as if your beloved ones were to live in that house. It is to sow seeds with tenderness and reap the harvest with joy, even as if your beloved ones were to eat the fruits. It is to charge all things your fashion with the breath of your own spirit. All things that you fashion with the breath of your spirit. And to know that all the blessed dead are standing around you and watching. Thank you for joining us today. I really appreciated all of our conversations and discussions. I really think that the topic that you guys are working on, we all are working on, is extremely important. I think we are at a tipping point, and this is really gonna change the whole perspective for patients, physicians, as well as companies in the next 10 years. And we're about to make that change happen over now. This is the start. I'd love to see you tomorrow again. Have a nice evening. The drinks are over there. Yeah?